8 p.m.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
So Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati.
So David, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm on the call. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati answered. Roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon is present in the papers. Herman Daniels.
Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels answered. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
All is present. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Is present.
Honorable Jamie Henio is present. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Rick Nez. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater is present via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Concentrate.
Honorable Eugene So answered. Roll. Honorable Odo So.
I'm here.
Honorable Odo So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika answered. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Yeah.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Delegate Kalen is present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick
Delegate James
Nez.
present.
Excuse me, Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 19 delegates to answer roll call, including yourself.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, we are back in session with 19 members of the Naabik'íyáti committee entering roll call. That we were back at colleagues on item number 7, new business legislation 0257-21, sponsored by myself, co-sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Halona. That Honorable Halona is presenting this legislation here before us. We were on, we do have a motion by Honorable Yellowhair, second by Honorable Stewart. With that, we were on amendment number 1, and amendment number 1 was recognized by Honorable Edison Wanika, and we were reading that that amendment to the record when we found some the items that are language in there that needed to be adjusted. So Honorable Wanika has taken up the responsibility to correct that and advise the staff to change it. So we have done that here. So let me have Mr. Rico read in the correct amendment at this time, and then we'll go on from there. My colleagues, I will ask for a second at that time. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Modification to amendment number 1. I'll read the whole amendment into the record. 1 on page 1, line 12. Delete $1,166,003,000 and insert $979,003,000. 2 on page 1, line 17. Delete overstrike hardship assistance and after project and insert new language facilities, safety and decontamination projects. 3 on page 5, line 24, amend paragraph P and add new paragraph O as follows. At paragraph P, the Navajo Nation Council and Office of the President and Vice President concur that based on the respective public consultation efforts, it is in the best interest of the Navajo people, Overstrike, and Navajo communities and Overstrike to first enact Overstrike Comprehensive and Overstrike and insert A, Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund, insert new language hardship assistance expenditure plan, Overstrike S, and insert a period. New language. To that end, the Navajo Nation Council adopted resolution number CD-62-21, providing $557 million in hardship assistance for Navajo members to mitigate the financial devastation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The president agreed with the council and signed CD-62-21 into law on January 4th, 2022. End of new language. Overstrike for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, bathroom addition projects, and hardship assistance in total amount of $1,166,003,000 as set forth in Exhibit C through H, which are incorporated herein. End of overstrike. New paragraph O. The Navajo Nation Council and Office of the President and Vice President also concur that based on the respective public consultation efforts, it is in the best interest of the Navajo people and Navajo communities to next enact comprehensive Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plans for water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection projects, housing and housing renovation projects, and bathroom addition projects in the in total amount of $959,003,000 as set forth in Exhibit C through G, which are incorporated herein. 4, on page 5, line 29, delete $1,166,003,000 and insert $979,003,000. 5, page 5, line 29, after project and insert facility safety and assurance and decontamination projects. 6, on page 12, line 23, delete section 8 as follows. Overstrike section 8, approval of Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan set forth in Exhibit H. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $207 million and allocates the funding as follows. 1, $207 million to the Office of Controller for household assistance, cash transfer expenditure eligibility, category 2.3 set forth in Exhibit H, and administrative oversight by the Office of the President and Vice President, and legislative oversight by the Budget and Finance Committee. End of overstrike. 7, on page 16, line 21, delete reallocated and insert allocated. 8, on page 12, line 23, insert new section as follows. New section 8 underscore section 8, approval of facilities safety assurance and decontamination expenditure plan. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Facility Safety Assurance and Decontamination Expenditure Plan set forth in Exhibits H and H1. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF Facility Safety Assurance and Decontamination Expenditure Plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $20 million and allocates the funding as follows. 1, $20 million to the Navajo Nation Facility Maintenance Department for Public Health and Prevention in congregate settings and mitigation expenditure eligibility categories 1.4 as set forth in Exhibit H1 with administrative oversight by the Division of General Services and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. End of new language. 9, add Exhibits H and H1. 10, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one correction to this amendment. At the new language at O, instead of 979 million, it should be 959 million, as this new language does not include the 20 million for the facilities and safety decontamination projects. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, we do have a motion. Is there a second for amendment number 1? Second by Honorable Paul Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1? Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Appreciate it. Thank you, Delegate Wanika, for providing this amendment for the committee to consider. I wrote down some comments that were made first by the agent, and I'll respond to those when we're back onto the main motion. But my concern was the comments made regarding this amendment. and if there was other funding for cleaning buildings. And Chief of Staff Paul Sinchaco did identify another source of funding, the donations. And so I'm trying to understand in terms of this amendment, while I agree that it will directly impact the COVID response, and actually I think that should be the priority in terms of how we look at this funding, since we were able to provide direct resources, is the COVID response, and the reason why these federal dollars were provided based on our population, and then based on Navajo Nation employees, or employees of the Navajo Nation. I think in terms of, so I guess I would want to ask you as the motioning party, you mentioned your concern that funding the $2 million per chapters was not allocated. And I'm trying to understand, so is that the priority, or is the priority this amendment to get $20 million for disinfecting Navajo Nation, and looking at the expenditure plan, it's Navajo Nation 400 plus buildings. So I'm looking at the CDC guidelines in terms of how they now consider or what should be decontaminated in that cost. And those guidelines have really laxed in terms of the effectiveness of the decontamination. So if you could point me to the CDC guidelines for 2022, that would be helpful. And my other question is, predominantly a large majority of these facilities are in Window Rock. And so what is the plan to support facilities that are not in Window Rock, and we're trying to make sure that our employees are safe? And if you have any idea why this disinfection of buildings were not included in the original legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair McCarty. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Any other further comments on Amendment 1? Twice. 3 times. Going back to the sponsor. Honorable Wanika, floor is yours at this time. Response.
Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate the questions or the question. Thank you, Madam Chair Crowdy. Appreciate the question. You mentioned talking to Chief of Staff as far as another source of funding. I know it wasn't very specific, and as far as the answer, that's the reason why I decided to just keep this amendment going. And I feel this is very important, and I'm glad you agree. You know, this is directly responding to COVID, and I feel it's very important that we pass this amendment. And you said as far as losing the amount of $2 million to the chapters, was this based on that on the report that was given to us by the president in one of the 2 work sessions that we had at Twin Arrows? And he talked about making that available to the chapters. And I know that's no longer there because of the $557 million was given to hardship. And I'm just afraid that if we continue to make amendments, like right now, we were told that there's only 112 million that's available. And I think with the change in this legislation or the amendment, that figure probably change also. And you were saying that which is priority, the 2 million going to the chapter or the 20 million that you're requesting. It is a priority to me, this 20 million that's going to go to the chapters. And then is it just for the facilities here in Window Rock? One of my main concerns had to do with the chapters, the local level. And I have 2 agents that can more specifically respond to that. I have Loretta Largo and Marcus Tooley with the offices of General Service and Facility Maintenance. And I feel this particular amendment, like right now, I'm sitting here at the chambers, and there's plexiglass all over. But there still has to be cleaning done here. The only way we can be completely safe from the virus is probably to be in a bubble, always be in a bubble. Somehow going around in a bubble or something, but we can't do that. So whatever facility we go into, the virus is contacted by person to person. And also it's airborne, respiratory droplets through cough, sneeze, and then also surface to person via contact with service or objects holding the virus. So I feel one of the mitigation that we can do is to ensure that these buildings are clean. And I agree with you, it shouldn't just be here in Window Rock. And I think Mr. Marcus Tooley probably can answer that. So I'm going to go ahead and go to one of my agents. Marcus, are you on the line? What about Loretta? Because I don't know if it looks like my 2 agents are not on the line. But that's my response.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Monica. With that, let me go back to the floor. We do have Honorable Elmer Begay in the queue. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours at this time.
Speaker, good afternoon again. All members of the Naabik'íyáti committee and all the share that the sponsor to this amendment, Delegate Monica. My question is, I know that you kind of mentioned it, and there's other question that was brought up is regarding this is only in the Window Rock area. We're out here too. It seems like every time there's funding is available, we concentrate on Window Rock. But over here at the chapter level, we're still this chapter are doing everything they can to try to operate they're open every day. So the people comes around, different people comes around every day. Sometimes some of them have post office inside their chapters, and they come around for that. So my question is regarding that is if this is only for down for Window Rock, is there any amendments there that is there for that, like to cover the chapter anywhere? For example, certified chapters can get the, you can give them funds and they can spend on their own. Non-certified are usually being handled by the Division of Community Development. So my first question is there any amendments that you know that's going forward supporting your efforts? Okay, so that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. Is there any other comments or questions? Let me go back to Mr. Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Appreciate your question. And there's a lot of things going on at the chapters, and they are doing the best they can, and I think most of them are doing really good as far as ensuring that the people are safe. Because some of them have post offices, and even though they're told that they can't come to the chapter and that they have to check their mail and all that, so it's very important that as far as the decontamination and chapters are included. When I started going through this amendment, I wanted all the facilities, including the chapters, and that's the reason why I'm trying to have my agent come on so that they can respond to that, especially Marcus Tooley, because there's over 400 facilities that's a part of this amendment. So based on that, I know the chapters are probably included in that. And my amendment is not only just for Window Rock, because where they need to be safe, they come to the offices over here, but a lot of them, without question, goes to the chapters at the local areas. So I'm going to try again. Mr. Tooley, are you on the line? Loretta Largo? Maybe with General Services, Tom Platerio, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the call, sir.
Thank you. I know this legislation with Mr. Marcus Tooley talking about over 400 facilities. I'm pretty sure the chapters are included. Can you respond to that, Tom?
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, on this request, when I was at General Services, there was always a constant need of requests coming to facilities to get the cleanings done. There is if you go to www.cdc.gov///////building-facility.html. There is a report that was updated by the CDC on November 15, 2021, where they talk about cleaning surfaces, and then what they ask for. is to get the cleaning done within 24 hours after. Close off areas used by the person who is sick and do not use those areas until after cleaning and disinfecting. Wait as long as possible, at least several hours before you clean and disinfect. While cleaning and disinfecting, open doors and windows and use fans or HVAC settings to increase air circulation in the area. One of the things that we had difficulty with when I was at General Services was that this contract was actually through Department of Health. Department of Health then has a process that they go through where you have to request it. They are very short staff over at Department of Health or the command center. So it'll take like a day or two. But with the new Omicron virus being that it's more contagious than before, I believe this will really help keep our workforce in place. Right now, we've had outbreaks and the numbers are increasing. I think one day last week, we had over 500 infections. And so what happens is there's really a uneasiness by staff when they hear that somebody in their office got sick. I think with the availability of decontamination, the staff would feel much more comfortable going back into the work environment. Right now, one of our administration buildings has a whole slew of people that are gone and nothing is being processed because they have to be in the workstation for the paperwork to get through. And so it's really difficult. And particularly if we're going to be going into trying to spend $2 billion, we need to have our people at work to process the documents, for those checks to come out, for those payments to be processed. So I think that the CDC guidelines, which were updated again in November 21, does still support cleaning environments. And I agree that this should extend out to all of the work sites. We all have families that work at the chapter house. We all have people that we know that work at the agency offices, that work down in the Head Start centers. When our kids are back in school, if they have a outbreak, we should be able to go in and clean those facilities. Mr. Speaker.
That back to Honorable Wanika. Does that conclude your response?
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, that's my response, and I appreciate the response by Mr. Patero. Thank you, Mr. Patero. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wanika. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Is there any further comments or questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker, this is Delegate McGay. I need to another question.
Go ahead, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Winika. If we're thinking about trying to be safe, and all about is because of this virus that came into our nation, I call it to be safe, and I guess you call it is here. The virus is here. So with this funding that we got, it's more it's more to recover. This funding was meant to be to how can we recover? Built up in the vehicle. We're disinfecting and contaminating whatever it was that we're going to try to disinfect. I don't know if that's what we're trying to do right now with the employees to go back to work and to be at work now. My question is how many these are people that are here, they are ones in the house. They are told that some of these don't have no running water, some of these people don't have electricity. Ako aro kodigi ya people that are just there 8 hours then they leave. They're there 24 hours. Walk in the house. Arabanda il day, this is where people gathers. Afterward, they all go back to this one place. They're overcrowded. The Nandad and Shigi, people that they're every day at work, though they're working remote. No, so every time we listen to all these experience and why, how do we get to the plans, how do we go through this pandemic? How do we ask these departments? All they're saying is we can't. We're working remotely. That's why it's so hard to do. We're understaffed because of the pandemic. Right now we're trying to clean this for them again, which they're only there for about 8 hours or less than that. But we're going to try to put this money back in there again. I was wondering why there was a $660 million that was appropriated, which leadership needs for these programs. These are grants for on behalf to recover from this COVID. I'm not sure these departments or any grants available for disinfecting the facility. That people that can apply for that. The supervisors like Mr. Patero, he should look into those. If there's anything that's available out there, they could have been together. It seems like one day that these people, they don't have no insurance coverage. Bad that then. Some of these unemployed, they're in the house. They can't find jobs no more. Too. And about this case, direct funding out to the community. Because of what case on this. So my question is right now is the second question I have is why can't we invest into a home testing kit? The this new variant, Omicron, seems like you'll be okay. The next day you'll be getting sick, and then you're gonna get positive, and then it goes through this family real quick. I already seen these people that are affected right now. Here at the chapter, there's 2 families that we got. They went through that. It goes really fast on there. So there's some of them are still in the hospital right now. That's what we heard. So we can try to invest into this home testing kit. It's here for that. We should include that. I call Mr. Patero. He's the director. We emailed him, and then he just told us that he's no longer working at this office. He's over at FRF office. No, so it seems like is there anything that's like that's included for home testing kit? Inshallah, we should invest into that because now we can do that. We need those to make sure that we're okay before we go places, for people to get to their homes. Sean, I think we should include those. And I don't know how much it costs, and I don't have no amendment to that too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. Any other further comments or questions, colleagues?
Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Slater.
thank you. My question for the amendment sponsor is, how does this figure correlate with the need that's out there? And I'd also like to hear from Dr. Jim on what are some of the best practices that we could use, and are they really being implemented within this amendment? I remember in the HES committee when we were reviewing the authorizations we made under the CARES Act for this purpose, that the Division of General Services had a tremendous, had a lot of issues with actually spending the funding and getting places sanitized and decontaminated. And like Delegate Crotty said, it seems like the guidance from the CDC has changed. And what we know about the virus and how it affects people and infects people, I'm not sure is commensurate with $20 million for decontamination. It's something that, like in your mind, might provide some level of assurance, but might distract from the practices that actually prevent the contraction of the virus, like wearing a KN95, consistently sanitizing your hands, social distancing, implementing measures in the workplace to keep people separated. The example of the plexiglass within the chambers, I think, is really important. There's new studies that say that that restricts airflow, and it's actually bad because it concentrates the virus within a particular area. So I just want to make sure we're doing things that are consistent with medical and public health guidance and doing it with a strong backbone and justification. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater. That, we'll go back to Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. And thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Appreciate your question. As far as we should be concentrating on recovery, and I feel this is a part of that. Within the need in the legal one are the I said the net oil big in the crate big in that is the national in the big the hopa okay that need with the the band is the case so in the cares that basing the question which Odalia. I went the rock there, can't know how to inform us all the supplies that's needed to help them. They put out in the chapters for the Husky. So a lot of people are utilizing that because at the chapters that when they get short on sanitizers that egg those and the yilla kunde make a change with you know do you banayo na no vayanti ida me with a condition and it can be hasil so which in hello be nilo but I said with I need the need as far as Kasla on the Cregador, the Chinton is Zeb Getaskio. It is that has been seen there. I could end the Jahunit end the Sata. You building good, ya he died or die chapter house when ya he died that I may to sanitize the house in Dani, Miko the Dosti. I could I need the workers again. I go to when I take care of my responsibility, most of the time I go to the division directors or to the offices, because it's really hard to meet with the people that you need help from. Sometimes you just have to stand outside. They have to come out. Some of them let you in. You still have to stand behind a plexiglass, just with holes in it, to speak to them. Because I'm hoping that with this decontaminating the facilities, that will help us to at least not a whole bunch of people going to the buildings, but those of us that need services or people coming from the chapters that need services. Look at your desk cards. So instead of standing outside, at least they can go in. The facilities given us clean dalia when so given us and they kind of deeply. So it out of case. I don't want to invest in testing kit and then get report earlier, and I think it's pretty much what the HES committee. It's the area director, Maso, need to report. They're working on providing those test kits, and hopefully they'll become available. Because that will really help. We feel we might have gotten to where there might be viruses that are need be what the needs the she. Because without need test kit, it will really help in ensuring that whether we have the virus or not. Because without need, then we need to continue to advocate to get those for the people. Because here, the Honorable Begay, Carl Slater, and how he's saying that how does this correlate with the needs that is out there to know. I think specifically it does to an point, but not with everything that we're trying to do. But I think with this legislation, I'm just really looking at the issue of addressing it as far as the facilities are concerned. I mean, it doesn't address everything, but to one specific area, because this virus is really, the numbers are really going up again. And then one thing we don't know is there's a Delta, and then I don't know if there's another one coming or what. That's what we don't know. And that's the reason why this is really in reference to mitigation. Because at least we'll be prepared that we'll be able to address this for the next 2 years as far as the request for this funding is concerned. And there's really no level of assurance, and I guess what we're going through right now, specifically as far as the pandemic is concerned. A lot of it, I feel, has to do with each and every one of us being as safe as possible, making sure that we're safe. Doing that makes it so that we help other people to be safe also. I think the assurance is more at that level, each and every one of us again. And I agree with you, this plexiglass is good. Like I say, when I go to the office, seems like that's the only part that I feel you feel safe standing behind it and talking to the people, and then on top of that, having your mask on. So I feel that has to continue until we're sure that this virus is we're over this virus. Thank you, Speaker. That's my response. Before giving it back to Speaker, maybe one of my agents can respond. Maybe Mr. Picaro is still on the line.
Mr. Speaker.
Picaro,
Yes.
go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, I did a really quick search on other resources. The only one that I could find is there is some availability through FEMA, but that seems to be concentrated on businesses. As far as the home testing, for my office, it is true that I'm at FRF, but I also help with general services. Loretta Largo is the acting division director over there. So I kind of do both a little bit going back and forth. But what we instituted at the FRF office, and that was coordinating through Office of the President and through Dr. Jim's shop, was we were able to get our staff tested every week through the testing kits that were available. From what I understand, again, Dr. Jim would be the expert on this, is that testing is now made available free for everyone, as long as you can get that one done. But we, for my personal role as a supervisor, is we like to take advantage of all of the avenues that are available. So we've been fortunate. I think we're on our 5th or 6th week of testing twice a week in our office. And again, those kits were made through Department of Health, and all of our staff get tested because we interact with the public. We try to limit it as much as we can, but some things are still done face to face. And so it is taking advantage of all of the resources that are available, but not everybody has that availability. I mean, I believe Delegate Otto So, I heard it when I was at council, and then I understand it more when he always tells us that there's life outside of Window Rock. And so I think when these services are available, they should go to all sectors of the Navajo Nation. So the testing kits, I believe, were starting to be made available free of yesterday. I believe Dr. Fauci, even the president, Biden, indicated that, that we're behind on testing and that we need to get through there now. And I believe the other question was left for Dr. Jim, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you with that. Mr. Monica, does that conclude your response?
Yes, unless Dr. Jim is on the line. I guess not.
Speaker, Honorable Juanita, I'm here. Sorry. This is Dr. Jim.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Speaker, 24th Council members, and those asking questions about decon and COVID test kits. So for COVID test kits, the Navajo Health Command Operations Center has been utilizing COVID test kits that are being distributed from the state of New Mexico and the state of Arizona. We have not purchased test kits. We have reached out to FEMA for assistance on getting additional kits, and they have resorted back to having us work locally on this. As we continue to respond to the pandemic, there is dollars that are accessible for external purchases. Mr. Platero, I think you, with your office, we did, there was some PPE, I think, dollars and food dollars that were part of the defunded projects that were approved under the FRF. But for COVID testing dollars, I have to check if that was one of the defunded amounts. I believe it is. So there's some amounts, but it's not large amounts, and there's a shortage on testing kits. And I think that we ought to look at our external resources for the COVID test kits. One thing that I have been mentioned to the HES committees several times I've been presenting there is that we need to have shared responsibility across the Navajo Nation to help the Navajo people. And I think the committee has asked for, and also the Office of the President and Vice President, to better understand the federal dollars that are coming down the line to look at the For example, schools, we offer pool testing for schools to do testing, but they don't have a lot of kits right now. And so we're trying to work on sharing that. So there is around $3.4 million that Mr. Platero just reminded me of that, and for testing that's already allocated under the defunded project. So that's already approved, and there's a budget transmittal for the COVID testing kits, and those most likely will be purchased for home test kits. So I just wanted to make that clarification. There's also some IHS dollars under the Navajo Nation, and each health facility also has funding through the Arpa, I guess, through the Arpa funding through Indian Health Service to purchase testing kits too. So, and we also are aware that funding, federal funding that went directly through BIE and other sources also have that. And I think when we think about the COVID-19 response, we do need to better understand where those resources are. And it's not just entirely here with the Department of Health. There are other sectors of the government and other sort of entities across the Navajo Nation that has access to funding. So we need to also hold others accountable, not only myself, but also health facilities and the Indian Health Service and just the federal government to providing that to us. There is the COVID testing that's free. I can send out another link. I sent out the home testing guide to everyone on the 24th Council just maybe an hour ago to everyone. I can send the link out for every household can get a home test kit. As far as that, there is those funding are there to help us, or we're using state funding, but there's also defunded project funding. So not everyone is receptive to home test kits. Some people are still may not feel like that's entirely accurate. Some people need instructions in Navajo, and Honorable Crotty, thank you for putting that on your Facebook page for Northern Navajo Medical Center and doing the interpretation on how to do your home test kit, the instructions and video in Navajo. And those are the things that our health facilities are doing to try to get people to use the home test kit. Some are not comfortable with it, and so there's a lot of misinformation out there too. And even with that, is a PCR test better than a home test kit? And right now, I know I've mentioned that home test kits can detect Omicron. It can detect Delta and other variants. So, and it's just the resource that we have, it's here. So I just wanted to end with that. And as far as the funding for cleaning, I think we can use other resources in addition to that. There is a project. So under Department of Health, we don't approve basic cleaning, only decontamination. I feel like there needs to be services for basic cleaning. What we tell people right now is the decontamination has to meet several criteria, and it has to be a high level exposure. So if we get a positive and report it in the exposure, we ask questions about close contacts and whatnot. And if they do qualify, they'll get a decontamination, and those are not being done. So there needs to be education on what kind of cleaning services are being requested. And regular cleaning can still be done in the offices, as I mentioned, that our staff still do here, where you can do a hard wipe down. And that's what our safety people will request, is for individuals to use bleach water or other sort of disinfectant solutions to do a hard wipe down every day. I don't think facilities receives enough funding to cover all sorts of more deeper cleaning than vacuuming and taking out the trash. So there is a difference between whoever is requesting funding, what kind of cleaning are you talking about? And so if basic cleaning is needed more for people to feel safe, and then there's a difference between that and decontamination are for high risk exposures, and those aren't really done on a regular basis, because usually we catch people at the beginning when they report it to the portal and they let us know, and we ask about their length of time in the office and how many people have tested positive. So I hope that we can allocate some funding, but I think we can look at other funding that we're also receiving as well, the external funding that several of the programs have as well. They have access to that. So I just wanted to make that clarification around cleaning too, what type is being requested. And I think as we move forward, we probably need to understand our own government capacity around what kind of cleaning is being requested. Thank you so much. Speaker, back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. That is our response.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bonica. Anybody?
Sounds good. As soon as I receive it, I'll definitely give you.
Oh, with that, let me go on. Honorable Stewart, go back to the floor. You were in the queue.
Machine, Chairman, Speaker, our colleagues, our colleagues, Che amendment in lagi about this with this amendment. Our Dr. Jim, thank you for being on the line and answering some of our questions. Some of these questions may be referred back to you, Dr. Jim, as well. But I have 2 areas, maybe 3 areas. These offices that are not within the nation's government, like some chapters under the DCD, out of some of the other programs and departments, they're not in a regular facility designated through the facilities maintenance. So bit down, you have to have a number, and it has to be tagged and so forth and so forth. No, some employees these are based on the about to use for the facility. The decontamination or the safety within the building. Test kits, employees. Auto tested and this is coming about from some employees that have contacted me again, saying that they are aware and they're watching each other in their facilities and their buildings. An employee gives themselves a test, they tell their supervisor, there's 2 lines on my test kit. The supervisor, they go and say, don't show it to me. Take a picture and send it to me. And instead of just saying, okay, well, you have 2 lines, they tell them to stay there. To stay at work. And then that employee finally, after you get told, yes, you can go, they go and throw that test kit in the trash can. All the custodians are that and then he or she cleans out the trash. That test kit again. In your email, Dr. Jim, you said employees need to read it. What's the safety in that? Again, it goes back to the employees, yes, and us being diligent and working with each other, but for negligence like that, so wonder our numbers can't come down. Okay, those are some areas that I have right there to ask about. Is what are the protocols in that area? And with this decontamination, again, for the facilities, I believe that this needs to go through. And then how many companies do we have to assist in those areas? And with the departments and the chapters. Those are my comments and questions. Shatila, Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, Stuart, any other comments or questions at this time on Amendment 1? Let me go back to Honorable Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Honorable Stewart, for your question as far as chapters again, but you're concerned about other buildings that don't have a number or whatever. I think to an extent, Mr. Patero alluded to those, and I'll go ahead and have him answer that question. But the second one, he gave test kit data on the employees, as far as showing their test kit, showing 2 lines and then throwing it in the trash, this and that. I think be more appropriate for Dr. Jim to answer that question. And the chapters get on the so I think a lot of us have our staff meeting with the chapter officials and all that. Go ahead and go to my agents, Mr. Patero, and then also Dr. Jim. Mr. Patero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, on the question on buildings, General Services did request a carryover, which we got, I believe, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And Ms. Largo, I believe, has submitted the budgets. Ms. Largo and her team are finishing up the RFP for the inventory of the buildings, which will integrate information from facilities maintenance, risk management, and property, so that we get an accurate accounting of the Navajo Nation buildings. We're hopeful that that will be released within the next couple of weeks, get a vendor so that we can get all of those 3 lined up. Regarding Dr. Jim's recommendation for regular cleaning, one thing that's an issue is that facility maintenance doesn't have a lot of custodial staff to reach all of the facilities. So most of the services, I believe, that they provide are in the Window Rock area and the agencies. A lot of the other buildings, say you're located, you have an office out in Red Mesa. I don't believe they have the resources available to do that. And Dr. Jim is recommending that routine cleaning be done. So we need to figure out a plan for those. If they're out in those outlying areas, perhaps it should be provided cleaning materials so that they can get that done. I forgot to mention that in my last response. Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Jim, in reference to the test kit.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Wanika and Speaker and 24th Council members. Regarding the COVID home test kits, there's really no hazard, I guess, at the point regarding the trash. I mean, if there are home test kits, I have not seen any safety concerns around that, but I can check with our safety chief officer. But we're not concerned about the disposal of COVID test kits, and if they do expire, they can also just be disposed in the trash can. There's really no hazard bag or anything that needs to be done. And if people are sick and they have a test kit and they have symptoms, so if they have symptoms, first of all, they shouldn't be at work. If you're coughing and sneezing, you're most likely, as now that some state governors are saying, that you have Omicron. So you have a runny nose, you have a headache. You shouldn't be at work at all to begin with to get a COVID test kit. You should stay home, and if you have access to that, you can wait and go to the hospital, or if you need to pick up a kit, you can do that safely by getting a kit from the office. But otherwise, and we should not encourage people that are sick to be at work. And also if they're asymptomatic and they have no symptoms, I think, and they're a close contact, they should follow the new guidelines that I had mentioned several times. We do have Navajo Nation guidelines regarding isolation and quarantine, but as far as disposal of COVID test kits, I don't really see that as a concern, but I can check one more time with our safety officer. And as I mentioned, they should just be discarded into the regular trash can, as I mentioned. So Honorable Juanita, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. That's our response, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I don't have anybody in the queue at this time. Are there any further questions?
Mr. Speaker.
Amendment 1.
Don't give a
On the auto sell.
On auto sell, floor is yours. Honorable Auto So.
Do you hear me?
I hear you now.
Okay, thank you very much. Muting issue over here. Paula, I am wondering why we're trying to spend all the money all at once through this legislation. We have about 950 odd something million that's in legislation 257. The executive branch, the Naabik'íyáti that's been I'm assuming they told the people how they're going to use the money. The actual fund management plan. I think if the body is okay with what the president has, the executive branch has proposed, you vote against the legislation. The only amendment that should have been here is the amendment pertaining to the $207 million amendment pertaining to the hardship. Alcohol, 113 million. 956 million. $113 million, but 6 months down the road, or maybe even 12 months down the road, giant hard is that about high the lapis or nonsense or this. I get la yard about I la yard you they don't eat. Because what's up in the shit? So did he get cut up or the ice egg go? Hey, but I'm not gosh or this. Waiting on how the funds are slated for projects, so forth. That's what we should be talking about, because this amendment here, you know, I do agree. Let's get some money out and, you know, get this here done there and that. But I think that's the administration's responsibility. They're the ones that proposed this. The vital plan for the Navajo people here, you know, there's 113 million. Home test kits that'll sure that Dr. Jim has a plan in her request for ARPA money. I hope so, because this should be pertaining to the health initiative. Can you look at the news? I believe Biden had made it a directive to issue out, I think it was 400 million test kits. Glanced at it this morning. And that trust responsibility. Indian Health Services. Washington we are implementing the trust responsibility that the federal government is supposed to do. Consent. Washington Leni. So if it's pertaining to test kits, you know, it should be something that the federal government should be issuing to Indian tribes across the United States pertaining to the treaty responsibility. Save this 113 million and try to see where we could utilize this in the future. For 113 million test kit is really needed. Let's take it out of the current budget, the 956 million. You look at what happened during the CARES Act. We appropriated millions of dollars to programs. Those dollars were reverted back to the hardship account at November of 2020. Give programs millions and millions of dollars and they don't utilize it. Pain and suffering is not at the program level. It's not in Window Rock. Those small communities, such as Gap, such as Blue Gap, such as Low Mountain. Pain and suffering is not there. Even now, and the pain and suffering is not in Window Rock. Out here. Out here in off the grid in the communities, they're not like that. They have to stay open. Even now, what happened? The 113 million again, Hunty Sassane. Did not see you dog in hot. Ela bear, now he told it. The old car, so we are in jail. That doing an oil shit at this story. Other space on NATO, for the dog. I don't other programs, beso. And that is other Canada, he nationally. Oh, what happened? I think, depending on the amendments, I will be voting against them. I would just move forward to appropriate what funds had been recommended and vetted by the executive branch. I don't that with it. We hope that the implementation from the programs, programs. Now you look at the legislation. You look at the tribal system. Oh gosh, and have these delays such as home site lease requirements, archaeological clearance requirement for infrastructure. Those policies are still in place, and it's not going to speed up anything. No matter what, we appropriate these dollars. Right away, oh, what happened? We need to get things moving. We need to waive some of these requirements pertaining to clearances so that a lot of these infrastructure projects, broadband projects, could be funded. Oh, what happened? Save these dollars and they need it down the road. Oh, yeah, also.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So with that, moving on down to Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speakers, I'll go ahead and waive my time.
Thank you. With that, moving on down, Honorable Eugene So.
Good chair.
Yes.
Hard question. So, just on that, there's kittens in there. There's another other soldier. I see, what is this on about this kid? Is I about Chinese cut I got in the business. I got it as with the CT41-21. That's an A in it. It's we took it across and the president signed it, and then they started their project. I see okay, business. It's cannot be easier and so on. But just case, I see and that is there a time we're going to let the president and his division directors put some 2 cents in it for us so we can approve what they're requesting for, instead of just dissecting everything else again. We already requested them to do this, and they did it, and then they gave it back to us. Don't have a I don't see President Buchanan. What's going on? The said, oh, that's not a Christian country. It's really not right, not professional. We just keep on doing this, almost a statute. First session, another meeting. How long we're going to take while the people over there are suffering with no water or no electricity and broadband, and we need our kids to start learning. I'm beginning to feel that way now because I I don't know how long this thing is going to take into the midnight as concept if I can only know this. We asked for it, they gave it to us, and let's move on it. Thank you, Speaker.
Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
I'm Chair Amber Crotty, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Winika, thank you for the amendment. I'm reading through the document, and I did hear that there's a shortage of staff. Can you help me identify with the attachments then how this $20 million will be implemented if there's a shortage of staff, and if there is room to have a decentralized process? And what I mean that is that it's not administered just at the Window Rock level, but that there is opportunity to get these services out to the other communities beyond Window Rock. And so if you could help me understand, is Mr. Tooley and his facility maintenance department going to be provided, like, are they trained to do the decontamination, or is the goal to get a contractor? And then because during CARES, we did hear from, I do know there's some Navajo, or at least Navajo who have companies for doing decontamination, but I can't find that in this 12-page document in terms of how, and I'm sorry, some of the pages are upside down on my end, and we don't have, I'm trying to download a free system so that I could change that. But if you could help me in terms of what page to look at on how this would be deployed. So let's say, for example, we have a chapter or a CHR who needs or is requesting services. What's that process, and how do you get services out there? I don't have in my experience that anyone has come out to help some of these local entities with their decontamination. And so if you could provide that information, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman McCarty. Let me go back to Honorable Monica at this time. Honorable Monica, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and Honorable Delegate Crowdy. Thank you for your question in reference to, that there's no question. We were told by Mr. Tom Platero that there was as far as shortage of staff. And I know that this has to be as far as service out to the communities. And I will have him respond to that. I think you are right as far as contractors are concerned, and how it will be deployed and how to get services out to the communities. Mr. Patero, if you can help me respond to this question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Delegate Wanika, Delegate Crotty, if you will look at the budget form, it's right after the Appendix A, right after it. If you look at the line item, all of this is set up under contractual services. So all of it will be contracted out. I believe they work with chemicals, and I believe they have a certification process. And I will work with Ms. Largo and with Mr. Tooley to make sure that your concerns are included in the contract process. Also be aware that that Navajo preference will be applied to this. If you'll recall, under CJY 41-21, there was that section for it. The interpretation came out from DOJ that was sent out to the programs, that I'll make sure that Ms. Lago receives this. And we're more than willing to work with you to have you take a look at our paperwork. We want to be transparent with this whole process, so we will make sure to include you in on the discussions so that you are aware of what's going on, to make sure that we fully implement what your recommendations are on this process. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Patero. That's a response.
Mr. Wanika.
Yes.
Honorable Wanika, this is Marcus Tooley, if I may add to Mr. Platero's comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker and members of the council, this is Marcus Tooley. I'm the department manager for facility maintenance. And the question that was posed is do we have enough staff to cover the intent of this legislation? The facility maintenance is short-staffed. Yes, it's true. And the purpose of this is to ensure that the facilities are clean beyond what we are capable of providing. Our custodial services are really limited to just like picking up trash, vacuuming, sweeping, mopping, and that's the extent. And what we're after is the cleaning of the surfaces that transmit this virus. And keep in mind that these individuals that work in these offices are also community members at the various chapters. So we want the Navajo Nation, as we were saying, and the whole intent of ARPA is to recover and get go back to work and provide services again. As you know, that some of the offices are closed because someone came in with the virus, and so this is to ensure that regular cleaning happens so that we stay ahead of the virus. And just to give you an example, during this hardship when it was approved, we had lines outside the administration building number 1. We don't know because nobody was taking temperatures out there. And you know, those are some of the risks that are involved, and that's what we want to mitigate, and that's what we want to address, is that keeping the employees and the workers safe in their working environment, so that services continue to flow and that there's no disruption to it. And because, you know, we want to, and it is my department's responsibility to ensure that that these workers are working in a safe environment. Delegate Wanika, thank you. Honorable members of the council, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patero and then Mr. Tooley. Really appreciate your response. That is our response, Speaker.
Speakers Freeland, can you put me in the queue box, please? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Let me go back to the floor. I have Honorable Keelan Begay. Jay, the floor is yours.
Yeah, this is Jay Keelan. Ikodo, Bayatiki, basis about Anato, Neniki, the Kodo's brother, after Hatsi, Windrock Hatni said, Kodani, which is okay. But we got to go out to the chapter
specifically to the community, the individual. Right now, we really don't know, or I don't even have instruction of what to tell individuals. Home self-testing kit of Yendiki. Now, if they get the positive result, I mean, what's the next step that they're supposed to do specifically? Obviously, it's isolation and telling the individuals or the family members what needs to be done. Cleaning supplies I don't if we go as far as cleaning a building in the workplace or the work environment. I mean, I think that situation also needs to be done at the house. One has odd. I know there was a company, a Navajo company that was wanting to get hired that they can go out and clean a lot of these homes. I'll be reluctant to vote green on it unless there's a good plan that almost 80% of it is going back to the community or to the chapter, because that's where the whole situation is. But only there's brother, Mr. So Arosuya Hazit out and Nahotiki is at the community level, at the individual or at the home level. Nahawan has added and then Dinigi, baby Chenda has it. Coco Adiki Aji, the medication has Diniki Beba or Tato. Other paper on so yeah, so maybe Mr. Winika, maybe a modification that this majority, some of the funding will need to go directly to the chapters. I would identify so I'll probably be asking Legislative Council if there could be a modification request that a certain amount of the funding would go directly to the chapter and let the chapter have the administration. As you know, that the current emergency three-quorum legislation passes, it gives chapters certain authority that they can do to mitigate a lot of these situations at the chapter level. About 50,000. At the chapter level, they can work across to maybe at the other neighboring program like Head Start or Senior Center. Give them the tool to mitigate and resolve a lot of these the COVID situation at each chapter at the community level. So it is just a zero modification, Chairman. But again, I don't have the budget. But nonetheless, I think we could be able to get this done at the council level next week if that needs to be the case to develop legislation for the modification request. Okay, 50,000 to each of the chapter. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We can't begin with that. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So. Oh, no. Honorable Mark Freeland, then Honorable Otto So. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, colleagues, Naabik'íyáti, staff, and everyone on this call. Good afternoon. I apologize for being tardy earlier. I was with Governor Bill Richardson here in Crown Point, and he brought 100 shoes to our kids here, and we're very thankful for that. He also took shoes up to Lake Valley Navajo School up there, the BIE operated school. So thankful for Governor Richardson and his efforts through his foundation. Mr. Wanika, thank you for this amendment. And I think what my brother just said, Honorable Kialamige, he kind of took the words from my mouth, Nahalo. And I was going to ask about the chapters. How do the chapters all, how will this work with the chapters? The reason I ask is because we're getting hit hard out here too. My 8 regional, I've had officials, I've had staff, I've had community members contacting me. One of my chapters had to close down recently. It's hitting the rural areas too. This variant is hitting the remote areas, and it's prevalent among the more remote areas. So I guess I wanted to know as well as how can we help the chapters if it becomes a decontamination situation. The chapters need help too, and I have one that needs help right now. And this is a question of mitigation. This is a question of recovery. How do we work with our chapters as well to mitigate? And taking it a step further, what my brother just said, I wish we had enough funding to help families decontaminate their homes. And it's sad when you get multiple messages and you have generations living together under one roof. Recently had a family of 10. The grandma contacted me, and I'm thankful for CXR, and I submitted a Form 213 to HCOC. And Dr. Jim, thank you for responding to that, you and your team. CXR responded and took some food and some other cleaning items out to them the next day. But it's situations like this that it seems like we're I hate to say we're losing the battle. And it's hard, it's tiring, it's frustrating. I had a call last night with my chapters, and Dr. Jim was on that call, and she gave us an update. I could just see in her eyes how tired she looked. And we're all burned out. We've been going at this since March. How much more can we take? And for me, it's been nonstop, and my chapters have been nonstop. We're doing as much as we can to help our people out here. And when it hits the internal operations, then it's like okay, we need to take a step back and analyze the whole situation as a whole, because it's coming into our areas, it's coming into our protected areas, it's coming into the whole operation of the area. And when it gets to that point, it's like, okay, we got to do something now. But I'm hoping that we can look at helping our chapters that way. And decontamination is one part. We have several chapters that are out there acting as points of distribution. These are just kind of some of my analysis. My officials, I'm very proud of my officials. I'm thankful for my officials. I'm thankful for our administrative teams. I'm thankful for our PEP workers. I'm thankful for them. They have done so much. And, I'm just kind of reflecting overall. And I'm tired. I know we're all tired. But we got to keep going. We got to keep pressing. And what do we need to do now to respond to this surge, to this variant? What do we need to do? Much more do we need to do? And we're getting hit hard on my northern chapters. Herfano and Naabik'íyáti are getting hit hard. San Juan Regional Medical Center has been at capacity for some time. That's an issue of vaccinated versus unvaccinated. That's up to the population up there, especially around the Farmington area. But we don't want to make that become political. And we want to encourage and have our people please get vaccinated. And that's the toll, is the unvaccinated are getting hit hard. But I just wanted to do some kind of thoughts and perspectives, because what we've seen since March, how this whole thing started, and we didn't have any sort of protection then, and now we do. We didn't have a vaccine, but now we do have a vaccine. And like I said, when it comes within your internal, when it comes this close to you, and when it comes to your internal operations of the whole, it's like you have to stop everything and look at it as a whole. Our chapters are in that situation right now. Our chapters are in the trenches. And when the virus gets in those trenches, you need to take a step back and look at what do we need to do and how can we help them. And I hope this amendment will help them as well. With I do appreciate all of the offices and divisions and administration buildings, and we also have to think about the agency offices too, Aisha. All the agency offices as a whole. How are we going to help them? And last night, as we had a call with Dr. Jim, it got very emotional. It got emotional. And we have a lot of great people out here, a lot of great people across the nation helping one another. And I really want to ensure that the employees of the agency offices are also protected, as well as the chapters. So those are my thoughts, Speaker, this afternoon, and just kind of thinking about the direction we're going to pursue. It's hard to say that COVID is winning right now. And I hate to say that, but it is. When you have 525 positive cases in one day, I mean, that's alarming. And I don't know. I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard situation. But I just encourage everyone to please get vaccinated. Please continue to protect yourself and others. Mask up, social distance. I'm wearing 2 masks. I have a KN95 right now. I carry around with me. It's like you have to step it up almost. But Shanata, colleagues in Thinigi, I will continue to pray for all of us in our great Navajo nation, our beautiful people out there, our elders, our children, everyone that's affected. We're going to do our best to help you. And I just want to say that much this afternoon, Speaker. And we cannot give up, and we should not give up right now. And I'm not one that's going to do that. Our people need us, and we need to roll up our sleeves even more. There's time for rest soon, yes, but we got to keep pressing on. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. With that, we go on down. Honorable Otto So on Amendment 1.
Speaker Daniel So put me in the queue.
Thank you very much, Speaker, members of the council. Yes, this question is to to the program, Marcus Tooley. out of the $956 million that has been slated in this plan, how much of that has been destined for your program? And were your program consulted when the executive branch was planning the allocation of these funds? And this will as well go to the division director for general services. How much money have you slated for general services for that program to provide the service? Because I'd rather see this dollars come out of what's in the $956 million.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, any other further comment? Oh, yeah, I do have Chairman Daniel So in queue. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Okay, Naabik'íyáti committee members, as well as the sponsor of this amendment and agents. My question really pertains to past experience. Under the general services, there was money given with CARES Act, and they were given monies for decontamination. And it was the amount, I think it was 10 million. And a non-Navajo only got the contract. Supposedly they were the only national corporation that could do decontamination. And in the process, we started questioning. And in the end, this question would go to Dr. Jill Jim. Their contract was for 10 million, but they kept up their services and submitted an invoice for 12 million. And I'm just very leery of giving this amount of money to general services, because and this company, guess what? They moved to Farmington and they gave a share of their company to a Navajo individual so that now it qualifies for priority one. And that's the type of incidences we have to be very careful of. And I'm very leery of having to give this amount of money to general services. Why can't this money come out of the 10% that went to the office of the president and the vice president to administer the ARPA FRF funds? Why can't it come out of their share? Because it is an administrative matter. It is a function associated with FEMA and the Health Command Operations Center. So that's number one, my concern. And I'd like to get an update from Dr. Jim to see if what occurred with that outstanding invoice. was it paid, or was it the company told your contract amount was only for 10 million? That is my concern. And so, Speaker, that's the extent of my presentation. And again, the surges in the communities as well as in the workplace. At Window Rock, it's everywhere. You can't say it's not there because it's everywhere. And that's the part that we have to acknowledge. But the administration of this fund, the awarding of these dollar amounts is very concerning to me because of what I observe as the most immediate past actions. Thank you, Chairman Damon.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So with that, we go back to Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Wanika, any response? I don't know if there's specific questions, but I'll turn the floor back over to you. So I don't have everybody else in the queue at this time.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, members of Naabik'íyáti Committee. Key Naabik'íyáti attached kit funds to the chapters. That's part of this amendment. And Mr. Patero responded saying that he's going to give us a list in all the buildings. Because there's no question. I think chapters would be part of it. And Mark Freeland had the same concern. And he's talking about mitigation and recovery. And this is part of that, as far as helping the chapters. And I said, watch it, our work doesn't give us the time to spend with the chapters, and every chance we get, we go over there. I try not to go more than a week to stop by. Like I leave early in the morning and get there right at 8 to be able to spend a little time with them. I don't that I need the people again. The concern that I think we all have is people that don't want to be vaccinated. Because I knew I was on and they hear things on the air, and then also through the phone. Because I think that the shade on Sinadano. Kondida is that kind of job, and I need to know and I need Mr. Freeland had said, he says he hates to say that COVID is winning. That's the reason why I made this amendment, because the chapters get on just to give me an example, there's over 50% of the chapters got, because that's probably about 60 chapters as seated on the so other than that, but that's not either working the chapters or people coming to the chapter. Even I feel this amendment is very important that we support it. God, I also he asked the question directly to Marcus Tooley. So Asian nature responded to Daniel Soto. He wants to know about the contractor, and also an outstanding invoice directly to Dr. Jim Naabik'íyáti. So I'd like to give some time to Marcus Tooley and then to Dr. Jim. Marcus, are you still on the line?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. In terms of extending services beyond the government buildings, service buildings, I guess that would be a decision that you guys can make. But basically, the primary focus is to maintain a safe working environment. Clean and now dolgi dolce and now dolgi no so it's hot any day is been yet to based on that open night deck. Thank you for that question. In terms of was our department consulted? That would be a question that Mr. Platero would have to answer, and the reason for that is that during that time I was assigned to Navajo Transit System. I was so I really didn't participate in the facility maintenance in terms of coordinating and requesting funds. But I do know that there were some funds that were allocated, $10 million, as Honorable Daniel So had mentioned, for decontamination, for cleaning service, PPE, etc. Although for the purpose of I guess clarifying is that the Navajo Nation procurement laws prevail in any contracts that are awarded. So in this case, facility maintenance is obligated to abide by the Navajo Nation procurement laws, meaning that they would have to bid these services out and award it to reputable companies that qualify under those guidelines. And so that's what we intend to do. What happened during that time, I don't know, and I can't really answer to that. So from here, I will ensure that these funds are obligated and awarded based on the Navajo Nation procurement laws. Although earlier there was a question on the agency offices. This particular legislation covers all of the agency offices. What we have now in our listing is we have over 600 buildings that our department maintains across the Navajo Nation, all the way from Alamo to Aneth, Mexican Water, all the way up to Navajo, Arizona, and Page down to Loop and Winslow to Gallup and south of Gallup all the way. So Kinigi, and with the staff that we have. And of course, we are limited in terms of what we can do, and this is the reason why we were drafting the budget. We drafted so that these services can be bidded out and so taken care of, and the response time would be shortened, and then we would have those rapid responses to cleaning services. The way that I interpret this is that we have the deep cleaning, or the cleaning beyond what our custodial services can provide. This would entail wiping down and ensuring that the surfaces are clean and wiped down. And then if there's an incident where a building is contaminated, then decon would also, services would also be provided in that term. And then if you read in there, it says that it also includes some building modifications. Plexiglass, that you know, some of the offices don't have the funding to purchase or install those kind of features in their office so that their staff are protected. And I meant what I said is that these staff members are community members. They have families at home. They have elderlies at home. They have little ones at home. And what we're trying to do is to ensure their safety so that they can go home to their loved ones every evening. And they're entitled to that. In sa kesi de tashnanta in sa kesi. And I know that there's a lot of unanswered questions. There's a lot of uncertainties because of this virus. So we're trying to do what we can to help and assist in that way. We want to not just sit back and watch things happen around us. We want to be part of it and do our part and our share. And as Honorable Mark Feeling was saying, is that we need to all do our part. And that's the only way we can defeat this virus. So, although, you know, I know that there's a lot of other recommendations that are involved, but what we're talking about is the government buildings and government employees, Navajo Nation. It's not just in Window Rock, it's across the Navajo Nation. We have agency offices across the Navajo Nation that we maintain and provide services to. So, Benaidos Kidsto, Ado chapters don't have any story, Ishi Benkin Horney don't hustle ad. Anido Nesto, Shikujit, chapter Jehohatza. And so the building had to be closed and services had to be stopped because of that incident over there. So, Anido Nido, you know, Ashi, Ashi, Ansa Kesi, what eggy. They don't need a large Dajinelo Shado, don't need a hist ego, and Sa Casey, Hot Nisa Jahota. What are they? I'm not see though. Listen, I hope I answered those questions and I just, you know, just providing assurances that our department intends to follow the Navajo Nation procurement laws. And that if there's services that and recommendations that need to be considered and implemented, then we're more than open to it. So, Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Mr. Tooley. Maybe give some time to Dr. Jim and Mr. Plutero. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. This is Dr. Jim and those listening on the 24th Council. As far as Honorable So Shana, I just wanted to address the company. We are still working with the company. There were some issues with the procurement and contracting side, and we have been working with DOJ as well. So I hope that we can get that resolved this year. But because the Navajo Department of Health has federal funding that has a lot of restrictions that limits us to using other funding. And as far as the department, I don't have any general funds to allow for those flexibilities to respond to COVID other than my operating budget. And that is at this point very limited. I don't have a large operating budget to respond. So the Department of Health does not have any general funds to cover the entire cost that we would need to with the company that you mentioned. So, but we'll continue to look into work with DOJ on getting that resolved. And it all does relate back to the funding and what's available. But as far as federal funding, that's not an allowable cost at the moment. So thank you so much.
Mr. Platero, do you have anything to add?
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Delegate Wanika, on the question on how were divisions involved, I believe Office of the President, Vice President has provided information on the public hearings that were made to determine that. Chief of Staff Chaco would be in a much better position to provide a response on how the priority listings were done. As far as what goes out to the divisions, if you look at the legislation, page 6 to 8 of the legislation, proposed legislation for water and wastewater, the oversight is Division of Natural Resources and NTUA. For broadband, page 8 through 9 is Division of General Services and NTUA. For the electricity, it's Division of Community Development, Housing. Page 10 through 11 is Division of Community Development and the Veterans. The bathroom additions, page 12, is Division of Community Development, NTUA. So a lot of the way the legislation is drawn up is really built around working with the chapters, the program, because community development overlooks those. As far as an allocation actually for general services, we did put in a request for cybersecurity, which is included under the broadband, which is $8 million. I believe there's also a section of that belongs with community development under broadband, and also public safety for the rural addressing, and some concerns that have been lingering for a while as far as communications for emergency management. So those are the only ones that I'm aware of at this point, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. Speaker, that's our response.
Thank you very much.
Speaker, a follow-up, Delegate Daniel Phil.
Let me go back to you, Chairman, as there's no one else in the queue. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Thank you, Cecilia, Chairman, colleagues. I also want to just qualify the fact that at the time of the incident with the contract, Mr. Platero was not the Division Director of General Services. And as Mr. Tooley relayed, he was not assigned to facilities. He had been delegated to run Navajo Transit. And Mrs. Largo, I think, was over at OOC at the time. So it's not to criticize current operation, but it's just the fact that we really need to keep our eyes on the fact that these monies have to be spent appropriately and with the utmost adherence to our what we're basically assigned to do. We're the oversight committee of the total of the executive branch, Naabik'íyáti, and that's and to the office of the president and the vice president. That's the qualification I want to make in posing my questions, and I appreciate the on-spot responses to my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So that,
Mr. Speaker, Otto So again.
Colleagues, any other comments or questions? Everybody else in the queue, so I'll go to Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Yeah. So, the question that I asked was pretty much not answered. And Mr. Tooley, the manager of the program, was not consulted, nor the division director indicates that the answer that I got was that they weren't even consulted. So maybe I can pose this question to Chief of Staff. We'll pose that same question back to the Chief of Staff for the executive branch. Community development beast. So hiki. Ashe na peso papacha o sa tipa. Halai at $956 million. Wasn't that not a cha ba o sa tipa is ani gatiki. I couldn't a hashe na pacha ba o sa. Ato anda a yahalit a la pacha yada so hito hashit a to special da so ade. Additional ticket to the Chief of Staff of the Executive Branch. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Anybody else in the queue? I don't have anybody else.
I said to be on the queue.
Hello?
I'll give again.
Did you want to speak, Honorable Alma Brigade?
Yeah.
Go ahead, floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, Anonymous Speaker. I don't, thank you to the response. So I don't, I know that I mentioned that some grant funding for departments, for particularly for recovery on this COVID-19. So I know that during the leadership meeting in December, we were given almost $600 million, which is appropriated for these programs. There's these grants that are available. I don't know why I was saying that the OPVP and then also executive branch are not utilizing this on behalf of their own programs and as well as for the people. If they're there for the people, I think I'm pretty sure these grants are available to their programs. Maybe for maybe for decontaminating their offices. Nobody respond back to me on it either. If there's any plans on it, if there's already if there was a grants being applied already, or then nobody's saying anything about it. To Jim, for your response. My question will be, I'm not sure how well you're still working with these 638 hospitals. Here on the Southwest Reservation, my community, my constituents utilized or their service areas is with the Winslow Indian Healthcare Center and Sage Memorial, and then some of these in District 17, they're under Tahoe Medical Center. So I'm not sure how much you're working with them, and then also with the Emergency Command Operation and then Health Command Center under Navajo Nation. I don't know if you're all getting together about, that there should be already a plan in place. I think I heard my other delegates saying that, there should be already a plan in place how we should be responding mitigating to this COVID-19. Yeah, we have been already invested into this free testing, and then and I'm not sure how accurate that's going to be. So some of them, it's not that accurate on alcohol, but it's. And then also, is there any mobiles that are available for my chapter areas in these rural areas like White Cone, Greasewood, Indian Wells? They're very remote areas. Peaceful, though they're closer to and Hopi reservation. Are they scheduled out there? Are they in the plans? I know that they carry all these vaccinations and all these testing that they have. Are they in HIDOT and are they in plans to schedule these things out there? Because we need to. I think we should be more concentrated on how recovery, utilizing these fundings. I immediately cut the air. They put it on the projects, and they. 2 years on the bottom, it goes through people's bodies. People the next within 4 days. How many families will get affected? So we depend on all your professionals that we have within the Navajo Nation to do planning for us. In the Haja has Kela, the street at Danis, Danis Osta in Raj, Haja is the Gaya, now the Haja Nisako, Ajida, OPVP, Haja is okay. Your executive branch, Jordan Hanta case, based on in that desk, and his loan in Jahada, people that are being affected, the Kihotan. Has stay quiet nature. Now it has lean. As ID quiet the labor to hand that you can get tested that it not on his bed the husband done neho. So what kind of plans do we have? Do we have the mobiles ready for people that are out in remote areas? Eric Evan Naidish Kiddo, the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. With that, any other comments, questions before I go back to Honorable Wanika? That we go back to you, Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And I appreciate the questions. And the question by Aruso feels like he wasn't satisfied with the question. So he's directing his question directly to the Chief of Staff, Paulson Chaco. And then in reference to Delegate Begay, first part of his question was also directed to Chief of Staff. And then the rest of it directed to Dr. Jim in reference to the 638 hospitals, State Memorial, and then also for Defiance, and the command center as far as funding. And then he was concerned about the mobile unit. Is it going out to the remote areas? So I'd like to, if Chief of Staff Chaco is still online, I'd like to give the floor to him, and then after that to Dr. Jim.
That we go, Chief, we on the line? Chaco.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and also Delegate Wanika sponsoring this amendment. Mr. Speaker, there was a question posed by Honorable Delegate also with regards to where the division consulted. The answer to that is yes, Mr. Speaker, the division directors were consulted. And as we had previously presented to the council through various NABI work sessions, we did have expenditure plan 1, which was the infrastructure. And we also had several other expenditure plans. I believe there's an expenditure plan bill number 3. And in that expenditure plan bill number 3, we had Division of Health submit a $100 million budget. In addition, we also had social services that also submitted a budget of $100 million. So divisions were apprised. And also they did submit all of their budgets to us in expenditure plan 3. However, we didn't get a budget for Division of General Services for this specific item. So, Mr. Speaker, that'll conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That we'll go back to Juanica. I think you stated Dr. Jill Jim, if there was any follow-up. Dr. Jill Jim, is there any follow-up question or follow-up response?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you again, Speaker and members of the 24th Council. And Honorable Begay, thank you for your question regarding the working with 638. So during the entire pandemic, we have been convening meetings with 638 organizations and hospitals every week or twice a week or 3 times a week to understand how they're responding, and also they're gaining visibility on PPEs or numbers or what's happening across the Navajo Nation. So we continually work with them. There have been members of the 638 group that are on our Unified Command Group, which is Mr. Virgil Davis. He's the COO of Winslow Indian Healthcare, and also Mr. Christopher Curley. He's the president of the 638 Association, and along with Director So and Captain Johnson. And we had BIE representatives, but they have transitioned often. But these are the main core of our UCG meetings every single week. We have been meeting on Mondays briefly to do follow-ups on the hospitalization capacity. Then we have another meeting on Wednesday to develop our IEP objectives, which are part of the Health Command. And so they're inclusive of all the decision-making in response to the pandemic. And then we have extra meetings on Thursday just with the 638 facilities. And I appreciate working with them as well, because they take extra time out of their day for an hour to share how their response is to the pandemic, and also giving updates on what the UCG is doing, and also hearing from President at times as well, and myself to give updates. So we have been meeting, and they're part of, they're all integrated within the Health Command Operations Center structure. So in the Health Command, it's separate. There's, when you talked about Department of Emergency Management, they're part of the Health Command structure, but they're a side box because they work on non-COVID cases and humanitarian efforts. On the Health Command side, we mainly work on a lot of COVID patients and the response to COVID, and we have a logistics, a finance, a public health messaging, and then we also have a COVID response branch by itself, and Division of Social Services and also law enforcement is also part of the Health Command structure, and they report and attend. And we also have legislative people that attend our debriefings. But in response to how we're working together, if we're working with 638s, they're integrated, and we try to balance decision making and making sure that we have representation from Indian Health Service, a 638 person, and also the Navajo Nation. So that's how we coordinate together to develop guidelines that are given to the Navajo Nation and how decisions are made. So there's a whole effort that has been ongoing since the beginning of the pandemic, and that evolved through the creation of the Unified Command Group. And so DEM is a part of that, and we coordinate with them, and we have referrals, like if they have resources for non-COVID individuals, that's where they work with chapters and also communities to respond to the pandemic. But we mainly work with COVID patients, as I mentioned, because of also patient confidentiality. We work with our CHRs and individuals out there to provide support. And CHRs are located, there isn't enough, we need more of them. And I know the HES committee has definitely worked with us in revamping the CHR program as well. And in regards to the mobile units, mobile units are available across the healthcare organizations. I know TMC has a mobile unit, and as well as Winslow has a mobile unit. Tuba City I think they might have a mobile unit. And I know that with the defunded projects from the CARES Act, we do have mobile units that we were going to order. And that's part of the approval too, to get mobile units for the Navajo Nation, because we don't have any as well. So those are in there. But I know early on when we were responding to the pandemic, their mobile units were deployed out to communities to offer accessibility to vaccine and testing, and those are probably done more so at the beginning. But right now, I think because of how high the case resources and also staff burnout, and I think that these type of requests for mobile units to go out into communities would need to be coordinated with the healthcare facilities, and they run their own incident command structures in their own facilities too. So we run on, all of us in the healthcare organizations, just like the chapters have their emergency response team, healthcare facilities have their own response team too. So they've been operating in that structure. And so if there are any requests for mobile units to go out to remote areas, those are being coordinated with health facilities. To the extent on what, if that's happening now, I would have to maybe ask that question at our Thursday meeting, but I don't know if I heard any mobile units right now. In regards to the request for that, I think I see education or testing or vaccine efforts. So they are available at the health facilities. The Department of Health does not have one yet, but we will eventually, through the approval of that defunded project from using Arpa dollars now. So I hope that answers a lot of your questions. So back to you, Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Dr. Jim, and Mr. Platero, and Chief of Staff, Paulson Chaco. That's our response, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, are there any more further comments or questions for on Amendment 1 at this time?
Speaker Keelan.
McKeon, floor is yours.
I exchanged an email with Legislative Council. Maybe I'll just go ahead and reserve the request and do it over at the council session. If Joe Kodesh can get at the so I've seen the Ecuador modification request. That's it. Set the list, and that's it's more appropriate to do it here than over at the council. Koko modification traditionally kodo chapters start sato bichoda do le traditional baha siki joko kodo if it's not koko like I said, I can do it at the council session, meaning that I won't be able to support this amendment on this chairman.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other further comments or questions? One twice.
Speaker Delegate Crotty.
And Chair McCarty, good evening. What was yours?
Thank you, Speaker. If I could ask the motioning party, I really feel at this point, and I'm fine saying it for the record, that although executive and chief of staff say that there's been meetings and there's been work sessions, I can attest that in none of those meetings or work sessions has there been any modification to the requests that are being brought before the council. So this is really the first time the council has the opportunity to make some amendments and modifications to this legislation. And what I would like to see is how we can decentralize this funding. In my experience, it is very hard to track down how help and supplies are distributed across Navajo Nation. And so I think at the very least, this funding should be separated either by the 5 agencies or the 24 districts, so that there is an opportunity for those Navajo Nation facilities to be part of it if they need to be decontaminated. And so I wanted to ask first if the amending party is willing to modify that motion, and if legislative council, in looking at the budget forms, it just states $20 million right off the bat for 2 years. What would I need to do to modify or make that directive so that we can assure that this funding then would be available for those communities outside of the Window Rock metro area? Thank you, Speaker.
That we go back to Honorable Winika.
Thank you, speakers and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Appreciate the question from Delegate Crotty. This particular amendment, I was very specific to cleaning the facilities. And I think I'm trying to give it to the appropriate division to take care of the responsibility. So I don't know, and it's going to be mostly done by contractual services. So I think going to the chapters, so I don't know, as far as requesting to amend, to give the money directly to the chapters. I have to probably talk to our Chief Legislative Council, maybe also to OOC, if there's going to be the process is going to become a little more complicated on all 110 chapters. Because quite also for myself, I'm going to leave the amendment as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Monica. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Is there any further comments or questions on Amendment 1? Twice.
Speaker Davis, was it Crotty?
Yes, Madam Chair, McCarty. Again, good evening. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. So I just want to, I think in terms of trying to find some type of collaboration or some type of weighing what I have heard from my district and the experience that we've had with, supplies going to Window Rock, with just the very process and not having a transparent process in terms of how funding is used and in what location. I think we, as a council, we can ask the entity to create the opportunity so that all areas of, and this should be the foundation. There should be a plan on how to address all regions of the Navajo Nation. And I think that has to then include local or agency leadership. And I can't, myself, and hearing from my district, I have not heard them say, provide more services to Window Rock, but they have said during the CARES, we provided all of our projects and it was all taken away from us. We need to continue to have that local level response. And at this point, without any modification, I cannot see in the plan or in the experience how that is going to work out and help beyond Window Rock. So I think at this point, I would say there's still room for collaboration and compromise. But in what I've heard, it's still all centered in Window Rock. When there's opportunity to bring it at a local level, there's opportunity to help our small businesses, Navajos, who can maybe help at different regions. And I've heard the report, so I know they're out there. It's not planned out on this, and I appreciate the offer to be part of the process. But I think as a delegate, that's not my job. My job is not to make sure laws are being implemented. That's an executive function, but thank you for the invitation. What we want is to see the incorporation at a local level and where that's meeting up with this legislation. Fundings were
Hello, so, Madam Chair.
okay.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
Madam Chair, that was our fault because there was too many people talking all at once for some reason, and they had to mute everybody. So that was my fault. So sorry, Madam Chair, for cutting you off.
Oh, that's okay, because I could keep going. Thank you, Speaker Damon. I have this written down.
Okay.
So I appreciate that. And so I think with how we're moving forward and the language we're using, the only funding that has been allocated is the funding that has been approved by this council and signed by the president. All of the other funding is considered unallocated. And I reject that there's already $908 million for infrastructure, because we dug down and it's a lot of to be determined. We have projects that need to be funded, and that's the opportunity I want to use now and my voice and what I've heard from my district, because they're very disappointed and they've met with the executive staff and they are very disappointed that their projects are not part of this plan. And so my job now is to figure out how we can collectively as a council reach all regions, because there's not a region that doesn't feel like they're neglected or they're not being heard. And so that's what this council can do. We can bring their voice, and when we make our decisions If you want, and you want the decontamination, I'm just saying, let's make sure it gets into the regions we represent, because everyone deserves on Navajo Nation to have the same services that are provided at the Window Rock Capitol. And we're all calling in, we all want to be safe, we want our staff to be safe, but we want that in each region. And so I cannot rely on this program to provide that if they haven't provided it in the past. And in this present presentation, they haven't developed it in their expenditure plan. I think it should be embedded if they're asking for $20 million. So at this point, without any modification, I'm willing to stay open and to listen, but I can't support something that's so Window Rock centric. Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues.
Speaker Freeland.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go to Honorable Freeland.
Ahiala, Shanata, Speaker, Chair Do, Shanata, colleagues, Naabik'íyáti Committee, staff, as well as the amending party, Shanata, Honorable Edison Wanika, Mr. Tooley. It's good to hear your voice again, Mr. Platero, Dr. Jim. Just listening to Shamayaja, Honorable Amirkrati talk, and what she's saying, it really hits home with me. And I have 8 chapters, and I wish, and I really had hoped that we could give chapters money. 2 million is what we had initially planned. My chapters I had asked my 8 chapters to devise expenditure plans and budget forms, and they were ready to go. And it would have been nice if we could got them some money somehow. They could have used the 2 million or even this money for decon, or they could have used for other means for finishing their projects. I have one chapter that really took it upon themselves to use their own funds to build bathrooms. And, I was hoping we could give some money back to them for doing that. They built 8 bathrooms with PEP workers. And, not all chapters are bad, Shantai. They all operate differently. They all function differently. I tell my chapters, it's like having 8 kids. I have 8 kids. I can't love one more than the other, even my own home chapter here in Crown Point. I can't play favorites. I have to love them all equally. I have to treat them all equally. And, as a delegate of 8 chapters and being very observant of what they do, attending the meetings, hearing the financial reports, I can vouch for my 8 chapters because I know what they do. They're transparent. They spend, everything adequately. Everything's done properly. It's because of a few bad apples, it ruins the whole basket. Not all chapters are bad, Shanata. I have 8 good chapters, 8 great chapters. And I'm very proud of them. And I want to do anything I can to help them help our people. That's the length I'm willing to go to. And if there's any way we can consider that, getting this to the local level, to the real local level, imagine the people we could put to work. Imagine the lives we can enhance. It's almost like creating an ally to the bigger picture of this whole infrastructure plan. We have another ally riding alongside us. It's the chapters. Local empowerment. Imagine how much help they could be. And I just think of it that way. I have 7 of my 8 chapters are rural, remote. And when you have our people still hauling water, when you see outhouses, when you see generators outside their homes, as a delegate, you want to do everything you can to help them, to help enhance their lives. When children are involved, when elders are having to get water from outside, you want to do as much as you can to help them. And I really had hoped that we could have done that with the remaining funds. And that's just my thought, Shantai. And I speak from the heart always, because the grassroots people, the local people, everyone that I've come in contact ever since this pandemic started, everyone has a story. And there's so many memories that have been created since last March. And it's being out there with the local level and seeing how this virus has impacted our people, and especially those that don't have electricity, running water, or even a bathroom. Life enhancements are possible, but we got to come together and make it happen, Shanata. Now's our chance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland, with that. Colleagues, any other comments or questions on Amendment 1? Go back to Honorable Wanika. No further comment? Going twice? Going 3 times. Let's go to board on Amendment 1.
Hello?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knazbat-Crotty.
Invasion. This is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbat-Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'm gonna vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable
Green.
Wilson Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel
I
So.
vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So is excused. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi via text votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Brigade.
Green. Oh, red, red, he votes.
Honorable Elmer Brigade via text, Elmer red.
I vote red. Delegate Brigade.
Honorable Paul Brigade Jr. Honorable Paul Brigade Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. That, Mr. Speaker, you have a Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 11 in favor, 11 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting. Mr. Speaker.
That, we do have 11 in favor, 11 opposed. Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker. We're voting on the main motion. Oh, actually, amendment. Amendment 1.
Speaker,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 12 in favor, 11 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 12 in favor, 11 opposed on Amendment 1. Motion carries. That, moving on down. Back to the main motion. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, floor is yours.
Over in the queue, it's okay. Over in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. I think in terms of on the main motion, we've been, as a district and communities, have been reviewing the work session tabs. And in the work session tabs, sponsor, it is clear that a majority of the infrastructure is packaged in a way that does not identify projects that have been submitted for support, or in terms of identifying if they're eligible. What I'm referring to is tab 2B. So there's a listing by delegates, and it's the CDC ARPA portal projects. And in this portal projects, it's 28 pages. And so it's a clear high level in terms of what's going to be potentially funded in what legislation, and legislation like 0257-21 or possibly the IHS SCS list or the defunded CARES. I think what I'm going to bring as a concern is, as sponsor of 0209-21, I don't think in terms of how you provided that information is relevant, because the council has not acted on 0209-21, although those projects are eligible per Department of Justice. They're water projects, and they had been line item vetoed by the president previously, and they are not part of your I'm just going to call this the executive infrastructure plan, just to make it easier instead of saying 0257-21. So, and not part of the executive infrastructure plan. Why I'm raising this issue is when we start looking at the listing of projects, especially NQA projects, you can, when we do like, you can see that NQA is requesting millions of dollars for projects that have yet to be determined. Now, it's been over 7 months, and what I keep hearing is that these projects have been vetted out. There's a timeline for project development, when they will start, when they will end by the end date. But in fact, when you look at this legislation, and I do have the binder, when you look at this legislation, you'll continue to see NQAs, especially NQA section when it comes to the water or all of their different water projects, that they're to be determined. So at what point is this tab C? At what point then will these projects be determined? And why is there such a resistance to allow delegates who have projects that have been vetted by DOJ to then make amendments which will benefit our community? So I think in terms of the elephant in the room is the ability for delegates at this time and place to make amendments to this legislation that works in the best interest of the districts that we represent. So if this is the executive infrastructure plan, it has gaping holes when it comes to some of the infrastructure projects that are all considered to be determined. Multiple water projects, go down to the broadband to be determined, go down to housing to be determined, go down to bathroom additions to be determined. I don't think at this point, this executive infrastructure plan has been vetted to the point that will meet the needs of the people. I would ask my colleagues, since we have a large number or a large amount of money that has yet to be unallocated, that we work together with the executive team, but start plugging in projects based on an equitable distribution. And when I say equitable, and this is the amendment that I asked for, and I'm referring back, we did this in the last council to a Sehasin legislation. That Sehasin legislation, you could go on dibs, and that legislation, I have so many open, but I will give you that number. That legislation, as we are doing right now on the council, we had a legislation for water projects. And what we found was there was no equitable distribution, and we all had water projects. And so we were given a listing of eligible projects and were instructed, come back tomorrow, 24 hours, give us your listing, and we'll include those into the amendments. And for delegates who were on the 23rd Council, you can recall that was the best opportunity to identify projects in our area. We were not fighting or trying to get additional dollars, and it really came from an existing listing of eligible projects, and that's what we have now. But our eligible projects are not in this exhibit. It's all left up to NQA to determine when it comes to water, wastewater, other projects. It's all up to NQA to determine broadband, whatnot. It's up to Division of Community Development to decide on the housing or the bathroom additions with NQA. And I think a lot of that decision making should and continue to be with the delegates, since we know our chapters have submitted the documents. And so how can we do that? We can do that by, as I mentioned before, the CEJACEN. So I'm going to reference for staff CJA-12-16. That does give you a step-by-step in terms, and it was not, I'm trying to convert this into Word. I just don't have the Adobe program. But it was very simple language, and it was language. Read it. I'm glad we're on Nabi because I don't have to wait the whole 5 minutes, but please, this is what it says. There's an area here that says, I just missed it, that says that this would also meet the needs of the 24 oh, here we go. So on FF, so we inserted, the council, the committee, through our power, we inserted, after hearing the report from Naabik'íyáti CEJACEN Fund Subcommittee on their recommendations and review of the public hearing and town hall meeting comments and recommendations from the Navajo people, and hearing proposals from the Navajo Nation entities, chapters, programs, and officials, the Navajo Nation Council determined that it is in the best interest of the Navajo people to fund a share of the SDS projects, or this could be Navajo fiscal recovery projects, on the Navajo Nation using, at this time it's the CEJACEN Fund principle, but we can allocate our resolutions that have established the Navajo Fiscal Recovery Fund, appropriate over a 5-year period. Again, we can modify that to the requirements that we need to encumber by 2024 and expend by 2026 to complete, to construct selected projects as set forth in this expenditure plan and project list. Herein is Exhibit C in each of the 24 council delegate districts or regions. And so I would ask delegates that if we could have, I did request this amendment. I have not, and let me look at my emails. I have not yet received an understanding that there was not capacity to do that today. I would like to offer and consider to, here's the modification. I would like to say or offer the request for the amendment that we can start discussing first what has been unallocated. We had a very tight vote with this last amendment. I don't think that the council should split on how we move forward with fiscal recovery, because I think there's still time for funding to go and be in our regions respectfully. In this work session material, we're also able to see other delegates' chapters requests, and they are similar requests in terms of different water projects, different community-based projects, how many bathroom additions they're requesting, broadband towers. And so I think we have all the information that has been provided. It just has not been inputted or identified in the exhibit. And so that's what I'm asking for. I'm trying to think of different ways if our legal counsel does not have the capacity, our DOJ does not have the capacity to develop this amendment. And so I would ask, and I would need to know, what is the timeline? And then I appreciate the delegates who have called me and texted me and are interested in learning more, and what would that look like? So in my numbers, if we minus hardship, 557 million, which is absolutely amazing, and we then we'll have to minus, the defunded cares and the 10% for the contract care, then we roughly split the remaining unallocated amount to the 24 different districts so that you could work with your districts, go through what has already been presented through the portal and vet it through DOJ and start building up a package that meets the needs of your district, especially when we're talking about the COVID response. There's chapters who are interested and believe that we should have more dedication to not only the at-home tests, but getting access to some of these masks that are very expensive, and that if they're being asked to stay home, then as the nation continue to support or provide some additional resources like PEPs or other needed. We had a weekly meeting this morning. Northern Agency in a week has had, I don't know if it's a week or just today. I need to look at the data, but over 1,000 confirmed cases. That's the largest increase they've ever seen. And so we do know that there's opportunities with this funding and looking at the eligibility that we can provide more for the direct COVID response. So I mentioned the test, I mentioned the mask, and I also believe then if you look at this, there's really no district that is getting the equitable amount because of the amount of projects that are to be determined. And so, Speaker, at this point, I'm going to have to ask if delegates are asking for amendments and there's just not the capacity of who we have right now to help and assist. And there's been $25 million given to DOJ for consultants. And I mentioned this at the break, and and if you've emailed something, I don't see it on my end, I don't see a text. What are my options to start having this conversation as we tie up and try to do what's best for our communities? And I'm hearing it from my colleagues. What do we do at the local level? Sometimes that's mentioned as chapters. Sometimes it's very, very localized. It could be regional. But in reviewing this legislation, there is not a lot of chapter submitted projects. And we know IHS is completely going to fund the SDS projects. And some of these projects are just being recommended that could be a future SDS project. There's no indication that someone's actually putting that on the list. So now it looks like our chapters are going to have to work with IHS to put it on the list. And I know other colleagues have other amendments when it comes to broadband and whatnot. But I think at this point, unless you want us to go line by line and start changing like N2A's request, like changing where it says to be determined and start inserting projects, I will need to have that information, and I would need staff support to start working with the delegates so that we could start inserting those projects and not just leaving it up to N2A or whoever to determine our projects. So I think at this point, Speaker, that would be where I'm at in terms of this amendment and trying to understand how we move forward and how we can get the delegates to be part of the process when it comes to decision making and what works best for their district. Thank you, Speaker. I would need that guidance, as although you're the prime sponsor, you're chairing this meeting and have all of your support staff there, because at this time I don't have an amendment to make. And but if I was given the tools, and I researched the resolution, I pulled out the way, you were part of that council, you know it can be done. We just need then that opportunity to be able to make that happen and not be constricted in terms of how we do the amendments, or else then there's just not a lot of time for delegates to get this done. We get sick, staff gets sick, and then there's this push to get this done, and people are being left out. Districts are being left out. Projects are being left out, and we need to get them on to this exhibit. So if I could get that guidance, thank you, Speaker.
Second.
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Madam Chair, McCarty, hold on. Thank you, Madam Chair. McCarty. Honorable Jimmy O'Leary, could you mute your phone? Thank you. Madam Chair, this is Speaker Damon. I remember those the initiative was there. There's two different things or memories I have of what you're talking about. The one of them is that there was an STS listing and everybody said go pick 5 projects, and that was immediate. That was done within 24 hours. Now, if we were going to go back to one of the original legislations, let's say what I'm looking at is what you're recommending is the $100 million citizen legislation, when there was $4.1 million. I forget what that legislation was called back in 2018. Now, if we were going to go down that path, Madam Chair, that didn't take just 24 hours. That took a period of time of almost, I can remember when I did the directive, and at that time to Speaker Bates and Lashana and to Dana, who was outside legal consultant or legal counsel to the citizen committee. It took them, I would say, almost 3 months to put that whole thing together. Now that's something that if you wanted to go down that path, I don't see that being done in 24 hours or by Monday, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. I mean, it's going to take a huge plethora of information to get the chapters together. I mean, some chapters I can say are already almost there, like Honorable Mark Freeland chapters are probably almost already ready to go. And that was for CAP-35-18. I remember when we started it, it was actually on Thanksgiving, but from Thanksgiving to January, they did it totally wrong, the directive. And it was back in January, finally got that legislation through in spring session. That's a directive you could give, and we could go down that path, but this legislation is here before us. I don't know the capacity of us wanting to know how we need to build that legislation. That legislation is going to take some time to build a legislation like that. I don't know if I don't know if executive is going to assist us, because we would definitely need executive to help assist. Last time we had Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie, Chief of Staff, who was working with under Carl Smith at DCD, who was working day in, her and her whole team at the CPMD office, helping assist to get that build out. We're going to have a number of individuals from executive side to help assist in building that. It's just, I don't see that coming to fruition in 24 hours, Madam Chair. I do see if there was an STS listing, projects that we just toss together, but how do we know that that's something that's what the chapters want? My best guidance, if I was going to take that initiative, I would probably try to see what the delegates want to do, and if that's something you want to do, move in that direction, Madam Chair. And what you would have to do is have to put a directive to the Speaker's office, put a directive to DCD, put a directive to Paulson Chaco to reform this legislation to the way it is, and have the buy-in and everything from outside individuals like NTUA who have said that some of these water projects, some of these projects are not feasible. So those have to be vetted too before the legislation can actually be coming back. Those have to be vetted through the process. And on top of this, Madam Chair, McCarty, I understand what you do. I mean, I was there. I was in the weeds, in the trenches, getting that legislation together. But I just don't I can't fathom to try to put that together in 24 hours, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. If you could, if a staffer can give you the work session binder, and all of that information is in tab 2. It's been vetted. It's in tab 2. It breaks down every delegate, every project that's been submitted, and it breaks down, even recommends what funding source. And this was not done by legislative. So, for example, Mr. Chair Edmund Yazzie for Saru, bathroom addition. It says, put it on legislation 0257-21, need or pool based. So that's the recommendation, but that project is not in 0257-21 because all of the projects are to be determined. So please, I'm just going to say, please review that tab, get a hard copy. Someone put a lot of time and energy, and you could see from each delegate and each of the projects that were submitted to the proposal. That's what I'm referring to, Speaker. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Dana. Can I add some thoughts here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. McCarty. I see what you're referring to, and the total amount of that is 1.12 billion. Okay, let me think while Dana starts talks here. I'll go turn the floor over to Ms. Barboff. Ms. Barboff.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Karate. As I said earlier, possible to actually develop a legislation such as you are requesting. However, it will be a fairly involved process. I agree that I think even if we had lots of consultants and staff, I just think that there's no way it can be developed in 24 hours. And I was there at both the original CSN with the water projects while they did the distribution. And I was there with the 100 million, the CAP 3518. That took a fair amount of time to do. So now you have 0257 has projects broken out by category, lack of a better term. What I think you're looking at doing is breaking out projects by council. I'm not going to say council delegate. I'm going to use the term legislative district. So we have to do a major question is, and the reason I'm not going to say this is a major question, is it will help to determine the amount that would be distributed to each delegate. And that question is, what about the regional or nationwide projects? What delegates will be responsible for those? And I'm looking at some of the water projects that serve regions. Those are like the bulk water, the wastewater. Are you going to break those out, or will those be just not funded, or would those be up to the delegates to, or the delegates or the chapters to determine? So that's one issue. Another issue is if you go the delegate route, then those should probably be packaged all into perhaps one expenditure plan per delegate. And those probably should go back for at least a quick review. As I think you're saying, you only want to look at projects that have already been deemed eligible for DOJ, from DOJ. So that, of course, makes it easier, but you still need some type of structure. And if you go by delegates, I can't imagine it would be possible to go back and break it up by categories. You also, one of the things that will have to be decided up front is in the expenditure categories, there are certain projects, particularly all of the chapter warehouses, and I can't remember how many there were, but all of the chapter warehouses, the only funding for them, and DOJ can correct me if I'm wrong, but they fall under the lost revenue category. And of course, that is limited to a specific amount in total. So I guess in the end, what I'm saying is it's possible to do it. It will just take some time. And we should probably, if the council determines that they want to go in that direction, then we really, before we get started, we should really have a conversation about all the particulars. And I do know DOJ will assist, as I'm sure other offices will, but CJA 1216, that was really fairly simplistic to make that amendment because you had the list of projects already. You did not have all of the federal reporting requirements and audit requirements and all of that. So all of that stuff could be incorporated into a legislation. It will just take some time to figure out what needs to go into that and how we can arrange it. So not only do you have projects that, of course, are being funded, but you also have projects that are going to be completed within their timelines. So that's all I can add, Speaker. I'm certainly willing to work on it, but it's just not a quick amendment. Back to you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Crotty.
Mr. Speaker, this is
what a privilege.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That. Naabik'íyáti.
Yeah, this Chair, point of privilege. Could we get something in writing of what is being discussed here? Seems that we're just on the sidelines listening to a conversation here. What specific, what specific chapters to keep it will come down to my level, the elementary level, to I guess re-explain the plan that Mr. Crotty is trying to do. Speaker, that's my point of privilege.
Thank you, Honorable Kian. That colleagues, at this time there is no written plan, and that's what Madam Chair Amber Crotty was asking for, was a direction, and I think Ms. Barbroff clarified that if there's going to be further recommendation on any plan, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, I would stay at this time to see recommend the only thing that would be would be viable would to table this legislation and then try to see if that could be possible. I don't know if colleagues are still wanting to move this forward, but that was the case when I didn't hear anything about any father person, any ideas about the recommendation of what you had until you brought it up earlier today, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, let me go back to you, and then I can continue on down on the queue.
Sure. Thank you, Speaker. So that is my request for an amendment. Staff, if you could send out to the delegates. The first part of my conversation was regarding how it's been done in the past, when we, as a council, were provided the opportunity for each of the 24 legislative districts. So that's CJA 12-16 for your reference. Delegate Begay, I'll need staff if we could do some cheat sheet real quick, and that's going to be, gosh, I lost the language again because I'm trying to draft it, and then but I believe it was FS when I first provided what that language would look like. So Delegate Begay, and then I'm referring to tab 2 that was presented when we had our work session with 0257-21. So that was about 16 emails. It's a thick book. It looks like our budget. There are hard copies at the council chamber, but I could also send out a link to the council because I put everything into a Dropbox link. And this is if you look at tab 2, you can share what your chapter, you could see what your chapters have submitted, and then what was the potential funding source. And then you could see where it's identified that it could be part of 0257-21. And then you could see if it's been funded by another resolution. So that's a really nice, whoever created this did a really nice outline for it, and it's for each delegate. And you can, in that same vein, there's about 4 different ways to see how your chapter projects and where they're at, and how they are funded. And so I was able to provide some of this high level to my chapters, and we were able to identify and really for us in our district, a majority of the projects are not in 0257-1221. And if you look at NTUAs, and it's also here in the tab 2, you'll see a breakdown for each chapter, each delegate, and then it'll let you know what NTUA is proposing. So right now, NTUA would propose, let's say, for example, clean water, centralized wastewater treatment. So right now, what this legislation states, various locations throughout the Navajo Nation, locations to be identified, and everything is to be determined, but there's a cost. They know that they're going to do 4 projects, or no, 4 customers at a cost of $2.4 million. Now, I think if they give us a cost and they know how many customers, they should let us know by this time what project, not to be determined. And so I believe at this point, and that goes down for millions of dollars just to be determined, projects to be determined. And I believe as a council, we should be inserting our projects that are considered eligible, that meet the guidelines, that have been vetted, and not just allow N2A or any other program to make those decisions on our behalf. So that Delegate Kialan-Begay, it's all, I'm sorry if I'm losing you or if I'm losing the rest of my colleagues, but again, staff does have a hard copy of the work sessions. It's all under tab 2. It's great information. Please read it, and you could see the breakdown. You could see how much for each of the delegates were given to the portal, and then it's like a breakdown of where they might be funded, how many projects. And I will say, Delegate Kialan-Begay, apologize, she has Delegate Kialan-Begay. We are in the same boat when it comes to this legislation. We have no projects that are specifically identified in legislation 0257-21, but you have 19 projects that could be added but are in that pool to be determined. So that's what you could see when you start looking at this information. Like for my district, I have no projects in this legislation. And really across the board, there's limited projects. I have no idea why our projects are not being added to this legislation, and the majority will be what's considered this pool based and to be determined. And I don't think at this time, with the time we have, we can make better decisions to make sure our projects are in there. Thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to provide that much information. And I think roughly in my figures, without hardship, taking out hardship, taking out that 10% is the ability for each legislative district to approximately have anywhere from $50 to $54 million in projects. Or I'm not just going to say projects, I'm going to say opportunity to meet the COVID response. So whether that's a mix of projects or other like economic development, housing, all of the things that this legislation has encompassed, that would need the work of the delegates. And if I would like to take back the 24 hours. My expectation is not that we would have a 24 turnaround, but in my experience, when that listing was made available on our last council, it was 24 hours and we were able to move forward. But that was non-COVID. That's when we were fully staffed and had more consultants, more help, and we had a solid list that a majority of the delegates were familiar with. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Mr. Speaker, this is
Let me go ahead and move on down.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me? This is Wally from N2A.
Mr. Haas, is that you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Haas, I can come to you if there's question at this time. There's no question to.
Well, I was hoping to, what Delegate Crotty described is not.
Mr. Haas.
Point of order, Speaker.
Mr. Haas.
Point of order, Speaker.
Mr. Haas. When if there's a question, I'll come to you. Point of order.
Thank you. You already took care of it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, moving on down. Vice Chair Smith.
Delegate Hino put me in the queue too. Good afternoon, Speaker and Navajo Nation, Naabik'íyáti committee members, and those that are listening on the legislation 0257-21. Kind of hearing what is being said, it sounds like it might take a different rail on the legislation in order to fulfill the folks' needs out there. As I keep hearing from the Navajo Nation side, Hiranitten, Hiran Dohoye, Hiran Bendo Nishigi, Lana Nitsundan, Quichimudan, Discuss, the Koa Shindauka, Ashwaradano. Okoshinanda, but Yasiniligi, I see Dolana Hadanda Sali. Do Diago il kill. Ko Didik Adeya Quishin Itzi. Quishin the meat soitzi. Ida at San Hadesnila 2.8 billion that they know. I see land that they know. Yane, Kadeya. That's in Bitachi Rajnalo. Tibahaten. Code Uts and Sanahalan. Okoshin and Dan, I laid out. He hit ne. Kubakado was he? He put the thing in there. He put the thing in there. Hey, and that should be the 0527-21. Shananda, I'd like to entertain a amendment too on behalf of the Arpa funds, and I sent my information to Dana, and she said it takes some time to do the amendment. I was going to request for almost 300 million for housing, from the unallocated funds. Yanik, AIC, Yahutza, Benina, Bitashil Chid, Ihovan, Benyagi, Ayaha, Bain Dornish. So, what I'm trying to say is, Shanandada no Finigi, I'd like to entertain an amendment for not 300 million because we're going to go deep into the red. Edo Hude Shlita. So the bone it's not a call Sheba in this case. 30 million. Hey, Hapajap Adolni. Hold one. Benyagi. 6 agents or 5 agencies. 8 adults. Will be like $6 million to the agency, and out of $6 million, you can practically build almost 18 homes. And you multiply that 18 homes times 5 agencies, you get about almost 85 homes on top of what we have with the 257-21. The way the 257-21 is, it's broken down for veterans, and it's broken down home repair, and it's broken down for 40 million for
chapters. If you divide that 40 million into 110 chapters, you're only actually getting an amount of somewhere in the neighborhood of
Question and
40.
privilege, point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, sorry.
Sorry, Mr.
Point of order, Chairman Yazzie?
Yes, sir. Sorry, Mr. Smith, but my point of order, sir, is that we're talking about Ms. Crotty's amendment. If we need to proceed on with that, I wouldn't mind making the motion and then have a second, and then we can talk about that amendment that Ms. Crotty was talking about. Speaker, sir.
Chairman Yazzie, I didn't recognize any amendment. There was no amendment. There was just a start of something that, and that's why my recommendation to us, Madam Chair and McCarty, is maybe it would be only to table the legislation and then to start from there. But that wasn't taken up. So I didn't recognize any amendment. So that's why I went back to the queue. So we're back to the main motion right now.
Okay.
Vice Chair Smith?
Speaker Damon, this is
thank you.
Delegate Crotty, and I apologize, Delegate Smith.
Madam Chair.
Were you going to give me back the time? Because I was explaining to Delegate Kellen Begay, were you going to come back to me and give me help me understand how you're? You said you went back to the queue.
I'm going back to the queue. I'm going through all the way through the listing now.
Right, because I was asking questions, getting answers, clarifying. Were you going to come back to me or?
I come back to you, but you are 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll come back to you and after 10 of your colleagues speak.
Oh, okay. If staff can just help Speaker, because I was answering questions from another delegate, and so I don't recall giving up my time, but you did move on. Thank you, Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the hesitation and pause on behalf of my amendment here. So what I would like to do is take $30 million from the unallocated funds that's sitting there rather than the $300 million that I had. I had that amendment prepared earlier. This was even before we had that emergency legislation on the $207 million. This was planned with in behalf of helping the chapters because we had funding in there. I would like to see the funding be increased. But now we're at 100 million, and we had dropped another, I think, 30 million to Mr. Tom Potero's shop. And rather than asking for the whole 300 million, which we don't have and going into the red, I'd rather be conservative and utilize 30 million, which will at least help some folks out there with some houses. Those folks that really need houses, those folks that really need at least a better place to live. I
have a question, Speaker.
Honorable Eugene, so colleagues, your colleague is speaking.
I don't interrupt you guys when I just listen to you guys. He's inside though, I have that respect. And then the kid the kid the whole Uncle Ashwater, the by Yashtigi, what down Jimothy Shazigi. Oh, you night kid beats loud. It throws my train of thought off of question and Dash. This is Naabik'íyáti.
This morning.
So,
Vice Chair Smith.
Here with that. Shananda, Donald Finnegy, Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith, did you turn in a request for an amendment for 30 million?
I have the original request for 300 million. And on Exhibit F, there's that breakdown. It has 200 million for DCD new housing, and then it has DCD for renovation, and then VA new housing, 70 million.
Yeah.
Rather than doing that whole thing, I'd rather just take the renovation and change that into new housing, Shananda. That's the amendment I have. And Exhibit F1 is there on the amendment. And I know Dana did mention if these things have been gone through DOJ, then it makes it a whole lot easier for her to make an amendment on this request that I have here, Shananda. So it's not reinventing the wheel and waiting for that additional document. I've got the F2 exhibit. The F2 exhibit has the $30 million for homes. So that is in there under the U.S. Department of Treasury reporting expenditure category 3.12 housing support, other housing assistance. So these are the one that I'd like to present when Dana does get the amendment completed for the Naabik'íyáti, Shananda. So it's just a matter of time, Speaker, with your guidance. What can I do on this? I don't want to hold up time, but it's pending upon the Legislative Council to draft it up and get it ready, and then I'll make a motion to entertain that, and it's up to Council, Naabik'íyáti committee members to either vote for it or not vote for it. So that's where I'm at on that, Speaker. I was hoping that the amendment would be done before my time came, but due to the fact that we need to be in the queue and others are in the queue too, Shananda. So I need your guidance on that, Speaker.
Vice Chair Smith, the documents that I have right here, say 300 million. I don't have one for 30 million. Do you have new budget forms? Did you turn all that in? Vice Chair Smith?
Sir, no, I don't have new budget forms, but there is that budget form that was for renovations. And if I could get that switched out to for 5 agencies at 30 million, and the rest of those budget forms that are attached to this amendment, I don't need to present on this amendment that I'm working with Dana on.
Ms. Barbroff, do you have that amendment?
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate, I got the request for the amendment at 6:24 this evening. So I'm trying to develop it now, but I've completely misunderstood Delegate Smith's request. I thought he's talking about putting the 30 million, I guess, into renovations. I did not understand that. I thought that that was for housing. So, yeah, I'm going to have some conversation with Delegate Smith. I will say that Delegate Smith did have all of, for the additional, his original amendment was to increase the housing funding by 200 million. He did, and that was split between the 3 categories. And he did run all of those through DOJ, have expenditure plans all done, the amendment, all of that was taken care of. However, he just recently changed his request. And so I need to, I'm going to have to send him an email with some questions because I've apparently misunderstood what he wanted. Thank you, Speaker. So in short, the amendment's not ready, but it has been requested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith, your amendment isn't ready at this time.
So what do you suggest?
I'm going to continue on back to the queue. I can put you back in the queue, Vice Chair Smith.
I appreciate that.
Vice Chair Smith?
I have the floor. Do I have the floor, Speaker?
Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Senator. Dana, that $30 million that I'm requesting, I don't want renovations. I want new housing for the 5 agencies. Like I said earlier, that would be approximately anywhere from $35,000 per home, which would be like about 17 homes approximately at each agency. And multiply that times 5, you get about 85 homes at least. Increase the home numbers. I know that I requested this, and I thank you for doing the amendment and helping me out with this and getting this prepared. But I didn't expect the funding from the unallocated to be taken out on the $200 million that I initially thought of. So that's where I'm at, Speaker. I will wait.
Thank you
for the amendment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Eugene, so were you trying to say something?
Speaker, I was going to ask Dana. I've got one already sent to the council right there. I don't know if you see it, almost the same as what Delegate Smith is requesting. It's already there, mine, with the DOJ and all other forms too. I think it's sent to all the council delegates. That's what I was waiting for.
Okay.
When I asked you to put me in the queue.
I did put you in the queue. Colleagues, this is the queue. I have Honorable Keon Begay next, then Honorable Chairman Yazzie, then Honorable Freeland, then Honorable Slater, then Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Eugene So, then Chairman Hino, then Honorable Elmer Begay, then it's Honorable Charlene So, and then back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty and Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours on the main motion.
Good evening, Chair. My colleague. Banyak kudo di peso it to the President's office that a need to basically what it a based on the asto because the nation hit me. I thought a hardship gauge I thought based on the just the number gave it's a lot of in this legislation those days. But in the Nidia Shmaya Yastiki, Ms. Crowdy, she said that to some extent I will support that, but how will that be the position by the President's office? Those days are there. Because John Media doesn't say Yana one even if we allocate the 30 million for housing, what's the guarantee? Each one of us advocate for our local chapter. What's the guarantee that each of my 5 chapters will be getting a fair share of this particular dollar for housing? So in that scenario, I would a project broadband Nikki Bahasisto Speaker, and I believe Ms. Barbara had us forward the amendment where I've asked asking for a motion to extract the total dollar amount for broadband and go back to the table and let Kodo Hajoban Yanado Tia. Because Kodo Nidia Shumayajanit if you look closely at some of these listings, a lot of them does say to be determined, and a lot of them does say it will only upgrade or improve existing facilities or infrastructure. Construction is limited, and that's the reason why I kept asking all carriers. Well, actually, for me, it's 2 carriers. I've been asking them, could they do an assessment in my area? If not, CMA 1220, we even asked AT&T in relations to the FirstNet to do an overall assessment on the Navajo Nation, where the major area of the chapter are in dire need to get the broadband service. If it comes back, give us a chance to have an input with our local chapter or even some of the carriers to say that, okay, so-and-so delegate, these are your chapters, and this is what we see that it needs a new tower and even other area for the broadband infrastructure. Yes, they talk about hotspot, but it's only located at chapter houses. But you got an individual or a family or a child that lives 10 miles. I mean, you're talking about almost 20 miles on a daily basis to travel back and forth to the hotspot area. And then, of course, like for example, again, for my area, at the minimum of the 5 chapters that I represent, I need at least 5 more, 2 more at each chapter, just so that we continue to expand services across each of the communities that we represent. On the east side, Eastern Agency, I know there's talk about Starlink, and I've been asking the question, I mean, will Starlink really help the overall community? And I want to see that each 110 chapters have equal dollar amount that's needed to help have these broadband service be located at each of the chapter. That way we know that the chapter will be involved, even some of the although you've been hearing about that I've been meeting with counties just we are elected by the same people that you guys were elected by. Navajo Reservation, Bakai, there's 11 counties in the state of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. I mean, could we be able to get back to the table and strategize on how this particular funding that needs to be managed directly by the Navajo Nation government, not by an entity? It's so quacky because it doesn't make sense to give funding to an entity and then at the same time they'll say that, well, we're going to keep this back for our own projects. The equity that the NIDO oversight authority to this particular broadband funding should be managed by the Arpa funding office or other programs such as the regulatory commission, the regulatory office. At the meantime, because we don't have a broadband office. Again, tabling it, we'll be in the same situation. But I like for us to take the broadband and then get all these necessary funding that could be identified. And as you know, that the 53 million, I don't go and then on the state task force, we had a meeting with our lobbyists in New Mexico, and they're identifying that there's about $114 million available for the New Mexico side. Other than the state task force, they think so. Yeah, Nancy Craig thought there's some more funding that's going to be funneled through some of the state government. Chapters in Linigi, need only certain chapters will benefit, especially those. I mean, don't get me wrong, but yes, like for example, Chinle and bigger communities, if they're getting upgraded, what about the surrounding communities that I represent? Because five of my chapters are surrounded by Chinle, so I need more towers in Noslini area, Talanica and Touchy Blue Gap, Low Mountain, and mini farms. Towers, but based on the way it is right now, I think only one or two of them will be getting it. I'm asking that we extract and develop a separate legislation for this particular funding for a standalone legislation. Then once it gets back into play, I mean, I believe that the county will be at the table, the chapter will be at the table, and then others by that time that we probably will know that the additional funding from the federal government, that there'll be more funding available. And then the other thing too is that we've been meeting with the Navajo Nation Department of Education. Because of the potentially that we could be able to expand further utilizing the E-rate. So chapter in Dinigi, the ego for cell tower that broadband that Hakishi Aja ADG baby Nashiko Joban Yaz Kito Big Adahuit Big Ahol Yat Ectole so addition and no Finiki. So that's kind of like in a nutshell of this particular amendment that I'm proposing. So with that, Speaker, if we could be able to acknowledge my amendment that Ms. Barbara had developed, a motion shadow last Speaker.
Hold on, I'm trying to find, see if we have that amendment.
It's 207. 207,021,000. 771,000.
So that's the number then.
771.
950, no, what is? Okay. Well, Honorable Keelan Begay, did you receive that? Did you send it out yet? I'm sending out the amendment. With the updated amount.
Speaker, could staff read out the document, the amendment?
Yes. Hold on. I'm gonna say some after he reads it too, Honorable Keelan Begay. That there's a motion by Honorable Keelan Begay for amendment number 2. And Mr. Rico, if you could read amendment number 2 into the record.
Would that overstrike still be the 979?
The overstrike would be,
Oh, yeah.
we would be
979,003,000.
yeah.
Okay.
So you have to change it to the next one too as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 2 on page 1, line 12, overstrike $979,003,000 and insert $771,003,000. 2 on page 5, line 29, delete $979,003,000 and insert $771,003,000. 3 on page 8, starting on line 11, delete section 4 as follows. Overstrike the following language. Section 4, approval of broadband project expenditure plans. Paragraph A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves and adopts the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund broadband projects expenditure plan set forth in Exhibit D and D1 through D6. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF broadband project expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $208 million. It allocates the funding as follows: $131 $852,642 to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for Broadband Last Mile Project Expenditure Eligibility Category 5.16 as set forth in Exhibit D1 with administrative oversight by the Division of General Services and joint legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services and Resource and Development Committee to $68,147,358 to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for Broadband Middle Mile Projects Expenditure Eligibility Category 5.17 as set forth in Exhibit D2 with administrative oversight by the Division of General Services and joint legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services and Resource Development Committee. $25 million to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for Broadband Last Mile grants to various carriers, not including NTUA projects. Expenditure eligibility category 5.16 as set forth in Exhibit D3 with administrative oversight by the Division of General Services and joint legislative oversight by the Health, Education, Human Services and Resource and Development Committee. For $20 million to the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for broadband grants and various carriers, not including NTUA projects. Expenditure eligibility category 5.17 as set forth in Exhibit D4 with administrative oversight by the Division of General Services and joint legislative oversight by the Health, Education, Human Services and Resource and Development Committee. $55 million to the Division of Public Safety Authority for broadband emergency communication projects. Expenditure eligibility category 1.12 as set forth in Exhibit D5 with administrative oversight by the Office of the President and Vice President and joint legislative oversight by the Law and Order and Resource and Development Committees. $8 million to the Department of Information Technology for broadband cybersecurity project. Expenditure eligibility category 1.12 as set forth in Exhibit D6 with administrative oversight by the Division of General Services and joint legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services and Resource and Development Committees. Paragraph C, the eligibility criteria for broadband last mile grants to various carriers, not including NTUA projects. Expenditure eligibility category 5.16 is included in Exhibit D3. The eligibility criteria for broadband grants to various carriers, not including NTUA expenditure eligibility category 5.17 is included in Exhibit D4. Paragraph D, the requirement in CJY 4121, Section 3F is established on contingency reserve for NNFRF broadband construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Section 1005C 10, 11, and 12. End of overstrike. 4, renumber 16 paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustments of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Untitled.
Speaker, I so move this the document that was read into record.
Honorable
Speaker, that's my motion.
Okay, Honorable Kiambi, I just want to advise you that that as of right now, before this amendment, there was $867 that was unallocated. In here, in your amendment, it doesn't say freeze or hold on to the $208 million. So now that money has jumped up to, because you're adding that 208 million, if this amendment goes through, there'll be $301,223,867 that'll be unallocated, for the record.
Speaker, modification that this particular dollar amount will be set aside specifically for broadband purpose. Speaker. I'll need the legislative council to provide a language where it will it won't be able to be reallocated anywhere else. If that's possible, Speaker. Otherwise, I may have to redefine of another way of making the motion. Speaker, get back with me after.
Of Legislative Council. I don't know if Honorable Keelan Begay has asked for that prior, or if that language is ready.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. No, this is the first I heard about him wanting that type of language. I need a few minutes to think about how to do that, because you're not making an appropriation.
The only way I think that was done before is like, you know how we set up a separate fund or something, like how we do in the general budget, or what did we do to set money aside? Oh, every year we we set aside the money from the permanent trust fund, carry that over to the next year. And there was a specific fund that we had to create though in order to put it in that little carryover amount. I remember that.
Okay. Give me just a second. I'll see if I can I'll see if I can talk with others at Office of Legislative Counsel, DOJ. Perhaps they have some recommendations. The problem being is that you know, this money, when that amendment comes out, when Delegate Begay's amendment comes out, of course, it does free up that money. I don't really know where exactly where to put it, so it's not touchable. So if you could give me a few minutes, I'll see what I can do. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, let's take a 15-minute recess until 7:30. Go to recess.
We motion.
7:12.
Recess.
Thank you.
I'm taking that, Chair.
Good evening, colleagues. Let me just check in with Ms. Barbroff. I do believe we have a revision, correct? So let's go ahead and I'm gonna do a roll call. Roll call, get back into session. Time now, 7:30 p.m. Ms. Barbroff, were you gonna say something prior? I can't hear you.
No, Speaker, I was just going to say I did send out a modification. Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, time now is 7:30 p.m. Today's date is Thursday, January 20th, 2022. Let's go get a roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Delegate Kale is present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Paul Begay present.
Excuse me, Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call.
Delegate
Honorable
Brown
Nathaniel
present.
Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canaz Bacardi. Honorable Amber Canaz Bacardi. Honorable Amber Canaz Bacardi did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Cornell Helona.
Hello, Mr. President.
Honorable Cornell Helona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So. Present. Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here, present.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So. Honorable Odo So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Otto So is present.
Excuse me, Honorable Odo So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Here's the roll call. Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable
Here.
Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica, answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi, answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable
Okay,
Jimmy
Yellowhair is
Yellowhair,
present.
answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, answered roll call.
Present.
Honorable Amber Kenaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kenaz Bakrati, answered roll call via text. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, causes change. Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 19 delegates who answered roll call, including yourself.
Thank you. With that, 19 delegates present. That colleagues, we go back to Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay, there was a request to modify. Let me go back to Mr. Rico for that modification. If you're just joining us, let me just do a recap. We are on the Naabik'íyáti committee. It's a special meeting. We are on new business. Item number A is legislation 0257-21. We do have a motion by Honorable Yellowhair, second by Honorable Stewart. We did have one amendment, and that was passed by 12 in favor, 11 opposed, chair not voting. And now we're on amendment number 2, which is motion by Honorable Keon Begay, but there was a request to modify. So let me go back to Mr. Rico, and then I'll ask for a second. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. The modification to this amendment number 2 is adding a 4th item to the amendment. And that says on page 8, line 11, insert the following. Section 4, reservation of broadband funding allocation. The Navajo Nation hereby reserves $208 million of Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds for broadband projects. The $208 million shall only be available for appropriation through Navajo Nation Council resolution when a broadband expenditure plan has been submitted in compliance with BFS-31-21, including in DOJ eligibility review. End of new language. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That on Keon Begay, you good?
Speaker, yes, I so modify as read with the additional language that the language indicates the reserving of that $208 million for broadband. Speaker.
Here, I was going to put it all towards economic development. Just kidding, Jay. Hey, with that, there's a motion. Is there a second? Going once. Going twice. Or 3 times. Amendment number 2, there's no second. That, moving on down, back to the main motion. Chairman Yazzie, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Speaker, members of the council, on the main legislation, I just wanted to share this. I am in support of the main legislation, and then also Ms. Crotty had her points in possibly helping out our communities, our chapters and projects. I just want to say this just for the record that the Church Rock gas station has been struggling with funding. And I know, Speaker, you worked on this when you were with Budget and Finance. And so and then also with the Crown Point Hotel. And so when it comes to funding, the economic department up in Window Rock has a different view. And so that was reason why when Ms. Crotty brought up her statement in the funds that are going to go back to the chapters, I really do support that. And I hope our chief of staff with the executive is still listening. I don't know if he went to bed, but I'm going to plead, for the record. And if JT is online as well, or any economic department staff, that we really need to get this gas station in Church Rock going. 80% work has been done. And then also the Crown Point Hotel. And then for the funding. And to have a full support from the Window Rock. Because when Ms. Crotty's, if she's going to do this amendment, I'm going to support that just because of this reason. And so I want to just share that. Maybe at the regular session with this legislation, I'll make the directive. And so in these two projects, and I hope my colleagues, I get the help and support on the directives for these two projects that I mentioned. So I just wanted to share that with you all. And Speaker, I don't want to reserve my time. And again, I apologize to Vice Chair Smith for the point of order. And then Mr. Daniels, we're not going to go to bed yet. So anyhow, Speaker, that's what I wanted to share with the council. I waive my time, sir.
Thank you. Let's continue on down on the main motion. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours. Freeland going twice. Freeland going three times. That Honorable Vice Chair Slater waived his time, right? Yeah. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So. Can you hear me? Yeah. On the main motion.
Speaker, you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. In light of this legislation that we are discussing in Untitled, we all see that there is areas that don't have the equitable funding to the legislative districts out there. I believe when you look at the numbers, earlier Honorable Crotty indicated that there's pretty much no project slated for her area. it really makes you think how these things were vetted. And what Honorable Crotty proposed was something that had equability to the delegate region, and it allowed the delegates to, or the chapters, to work with each other. And that way, they work together to try to propose these projects. And I think that's one great solution here, because if you look at it, when the housing portion is proposed, how many homes are going to be built in each district, legislative districts? Other areas in the water, although we got some preliminary information from NTUA, but so in each delegate region, even with broadband. I think that's a great solution to allow and request that we come back to the table on this and have a thorough dialogue directly with the delegate region, so that projects could be determined based off of that. And each of us represent a delegate district based off of population. That's the reason why we have 24 delegates. And and I think that's a fair, equitable solution to this. And I really commend Karate for bringing this up, because it allowed the same amount of funding to go into each delegate region, and that sparked communication. And I was really surprised that the chapters were all working with one another on this. As they work with each other, they got together and they came up with their listing, and these items were added on to that listing, and we had a solution there. And it's something that is very viable at this time. Since it's Nabi, there's no time. Just wanted to make that particular statement. And whether a delegate has one chapter, 2 chapters, 3 chapters, 4, 5, all the way to 8. And again, the delegate region was based off of the council reduction to 24. And the JMAP clearly was the adoption of the 24 delegate region. I believe the base population ratio was 8,000 people. So I'm sure that those number has increased, and especially with regions that have one chapter. And I'm sure that's the same scenario with Shiprock. You look at Chinle, you look at Crown Point, and Fort Defiance. But again, the base thing is the population issue, and that should be the margin, and that's the people. That is the people. And so for now, thank you. Go on mute.
Thank you, Ambata. So with that, moving on down, Honorable Eugene So on the main motion. Honorable Eugene So going twice.
Mr. Chair, amendment, I believe it's all sent out to the council during the start of this meeting. Okay.
Which, is it down, how much is it for? What does it actually say?
Don't know what amendment we're on, but
Oh. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, see, it says delete 40 and put 140 million.
Oh, this is for Eugene, so.
So how much is in there with 200? So how much is he actually allocating? I can't. Go to the budgets. Or is that the only thing that you have? 140 million. Yeah, he's adding 100 million to
Yeah. Community housing and infrastructure. Things you only have.
93 wait, 93 million.
Yeah.
93, 223, 867.
140 million.
No.
With that, on Eugene, so it's for the housing amendment for 140 million, correct?
are you guys looking at the one that was written?
The one that was sent to us this morning at 10:59 a.m.
Speaker, this is Dana. The amendment increases the housing allocation by 100 million.
It's 140.
No, it should include it and increase it by 100 million.
Is it?
And where I think you're getting confused is that he's increasing the original 40 million. He's increasing that by 100 million. So that brings the total for community housing and interest for housing support services.
Okay, yep, that's right.
To 140 million.
Okay, all right then. 100 million. Mr. Rico? Yep.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 2 on page 1, line 12, overstrike $979,003,000 and insert $1,079,003,000. 2, page 5, line 29, overstrike $979,003,000 and insert $1,079,003,000. On page 10, line 29, overstrike $100 million and insert $200 million. 4, page 11, line 1, overstrike $40 million and insert $140 million. 5, replace existing Exhibit F1 with new Exhibit F1. 6, the NNFRF office shall provide an updated Exhibit F to incorporate this amendment. 7, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and the committee hereby authorize the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment shall supersede all inconsistent language in any other committee amendment. Also attached to this amendment is a new Exhibit F1, as well as, let's see. Yeah, new Exhibit F1, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, you on the line?
Oh, you say?
Honorable Eugene So. When we first started this legislation, there was 113,223,867 that was unallocated. Now, Honorable Edison Winika, with his amendment, minus 20 million from that. Now the total amount is $93,223,867. So as of right now, I can't accept your amendment because you would be putting us in the red of $6,776,133. You need to take that away from somewhere. Or reduce your amount and then reduce, you need to come up with new budget forms.
I reckon we have to reduce it, so we do need some money in there. Housing, there's a lot of people out there. Yeah, Dana can reduce it.
Ms. Barbara, we need a new budget forms, and what else do we need? If he's going to reduce that.
Thank you, Speaker. You would need new budget forms. You would need a revised expenditure plan. However, I believe that if he reduces the amount and gets a revised budget form, that you could go forth with the amendments right now and get a revised expenditure plan before the legislation is finalized. And the only reason I say that is because his expenditure plan was approved for 140 million. He would be reducing it probably to about 132 million. So since it was approved, the expenditure plan itself was deemed eligible at 140 million, reducing it to 132 million would not change its eligibility.
Oh,
Thank you, Speaker. So really, I think right now what you need is the revised budget form. Thank you, Speaker.
Ms. Barbara indicated earlier that it's only 100 million he's asking for, so we would actually be looking at not the amount of money that would be $93,223,867, not 132 or 133.
Okay. Speaker, let me explain something to yourself and to council and to the delegates so that perhaps it will make more sense or provide some clarity. And I'll use this as an example. When the legislation was originally dropped, the amount for new housing projects was $40 million, and that was what was reflected in that $40 million is what was included and reflected in the expenditure plan approved by DOJ or deemed eligible by DOJ. Delegate So here determined that he wanted to increase the amount for housing from 40 million to 140 million. So he's increasing that amount by 100 million. So the expenditure plan that he had reviewed to do this amendment was for 140 million. It wasn't just for the amount of the amendment, it was for the total amount. That is why I said that because the expenditure plan was already approved for 140 million, that reducing that to 132 million, it should still be eligible. I hope that provides some clarity.
Okay, we totally understand what you said over here in the chambers, Ms. Barbara.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We need 5 minutes recess, or 5 minutes, not recess, but just give us some time, colleagues. I need to change this. We need to change the top number. And you're going to do.
Hi, sweet cheeks. What are you doing?
We dropped the call.
No, I'm trying to figure out this amendment. What'd you get?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So put me in the queue.
We broke the piggy bank.
Thank you. If you're just joining us again, we're here on legislation 0257-21. Just give you a recap. We have Honorable Eugene So, who's raising amendment number 2, motion for amendment number 2, and this is putting $93,223,867 into the housing expenditure plan, specifically the housing dollars that will create houses. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Rico to read the amendment into the record, and then I'll call for a second.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Modification to the numbers. I'll reread the whole amendment. On page 1, line 12, overstrike $979,003,000 and insert $1,072,226,867. 2, on page 5, line 29, overstrike $979,003,000 and insert $1,072,226,867. 3, on page 10, line 29, overstrike $100 million and insert $193,223,867. 4, page 11, line 1, overstrike $40 million and insert $133,223,867. 5, replace existing Exhibit F1 with new Exhibit F1. 6, the NNFRF office shall provide an updated Exhibit F to incorporate this amendment. 7, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollars consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment shall supersede all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Eugene, so with motions, is there a second on amendment number 2? Amendment number 2 going twice. Number two going 3 times. That, I don't have a second. Moving on down, back to the main motion.
Speaker, let's
Chairman
Vice Chair,
Hino.
I did.
Floor
Speaker,
is
can you hear me?
yours. Yes, I can hear you.
I did try to do the second. I don't know if I was muted or not.
That, we're on to Chairman Hino.
If you can listen to the recording, I did mention, you were saying the second, and I said, I second.
I did not hear you. I have staff here who would tell me if I'm missing something. They're not saying that they heard you too, Vice Chair Smith. And I already called on Chairman Hino. I can't put you back in the queue. That, Chairman Hino, floor is yours on the main motion.
Speaker, question.
Can you hear me?
So I can put you back in the queue as well. Chairman Hino, floor is yours at this time.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. I can also Speaker Damon, Chair and Naabik'íyáti, others in the 24th Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. Just listening to all the debate that's happening and the propositions that are coming up for this legislation. Just thinking about the chapters I have and all the needs that they have, especially water projects. And so therefore, when it comes to the unallocated funding, it's really dwindled down. And with the initiatives that are happening out there in the chapters where they are taking the initiative to do the application and following the protocols of the Budget and Finance Committee resolution and following that, they need to be rewarded in some fashion, where they're looking at these reviews from community development, then Department of Justice, and then going forth for sponsorship. And it seems that we're not following that right now. We're just kind of going off on the side. But at the same time, though, my concern is the water projects that I have with the communities I represent. I mean, water will be there for many, 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 many years to come. And so I have applications from my 3 areas that are just sitting at community development. And I was kind of disappointed to hear that there was instructions from OPVP to community development to tell them, hold off on any reviews of your applications that come in until they decide what to do with the remaining funding. So that kind of really puts the chapters back, meaning they were all excited. They were going forth and getting their applications submitted, following the law. And now just to be told that, well, we're not going to review your application until we get word from President or Vice President that you can move forward. So and that's the frustration that we feel we have out there. And so even in I'm really seeing the light of what Delegate Amber Naabik'íyáti, what she's proposing as far as dividing up the 24 legislative districts. And this would be an opportunity for the 3 chapters I represent to move forward with their shovel-ready water projects.
And water is needed in all these three areas, of course, everywhere, all the chapters. We need water projects that will last a lifetime of and many generations to come, the way I see it. So, Evelyn, if these application for the amendment for the water comes about, that's where the 24 legislative districts are equally divided. I'm really looking at that right now and thinking that, okay, this is something that we could really work with, or I could work with too also. So I just wanted to make that comment, Kado. And hopefully we can get that amendment moving and to where we can get this service out there at the local level. At the same time, if we were to table this legislation, it still moves to council depending on the sponsor. If the sponsor wishes to keep moving it forward, because that's where I'm just thinking, because there has been mention of tabling this legislation for a period of time. At the same time, though, but we have winter session coming up, and Sitzele, I don't know what your intentions are. If we do table it here at Naabik'íyáti, will it still be? Will you still move it forward or not? That's the question I have for you, Sitzele. At the same time, can we refer this back to a work session? So those are two questions I have to see how we can get this amendment moving that Shinanta Delegate Emmerich Naabik'íyáti had mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nino. Let me go back to, I guess there was a question. The presenter at this time is Honorable Halona. So let me go back to Honorable Halona for that response. And then to answer your question, this legislation has not been tabled. So if and has not been referred, but that is a possibility. You're able to do that, Chairman Henio.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'll wait for Sitzele, Delegate Halona.
Speaker Damon. Thank you, Speaker Damon, and good evening, colleagues. I want to thank you, Jamie, for that point of view. I was thinking the same thing as well. I was trying to figure out a way to get back on this, just to enlighten a little bit. You know, we're all jumping at this at the last minute right now. It seems like we should have had a little bit more time to get together and work on these things, but everybody was busy. And but what I would like to do is we need to pass this legislation. If we pass it the way it is now without any amendments, is there a way? How can we move forward with the balance of the fund and a new legislation to would it be able to do that, or could we just make an amendment to this legislation to move that funding forward with expectations of already having it maybe possibly going to the chapters? You know, that I've been listening to all the arguments and everybody's talking now. I see some delegates are splitting the money up for their own communities, and some delegates are splitting the money up for all the Navajo Nation, and that's the way it needs to be for the nation. And so I think that would be my response right now. That we should wait with the balance instead of and trying to zero it out right now. We should just pass this legislation the way it is, and then we can take the funding, the balance of that, and take a little bit of time to put it towards the chapters or put it towards something else that we need. I think the other thing too is that if it goes to the chapters, you know, for years and years, all the money goes to Windrock, and they spend all the money. We don't get anything out here. We only get small budgets that we have to work with. So that would eliminate that part of the argument. Is that if we would give some money to the chapters and let them work with it, and only problem that I would have there is make sure that we have our spending is right. I guess DOJ would have to be involved and make sure all the funding is spent right, correctly, and they don't, and that it follows the guidelines of the federal government. So, well, anyway, I'm there, Speaker. Have any other questions for that?
Okay, thank you. That, Chairman Henio?
Thank you for that explanation, Delegate Colonna. With that, since I have the time now, I feel that we need to do a little bit more work on this, especially for the amendment that was proposed and still needs to be worked on by Delegate Naabik'íyáti. Therefore, I'll make a motion to refer this back to the last committee, which I believe is Budget and Finance, for a work session. That's my motion.
Second by Charles Newton.
Honorable Chairman Henio, this legislation starts at Naabik'íyáti committee.
I'll rephrase it. I'll refer it for a work session. That'd be my motion.
Second by Charles Newton.
Within a time frame?
I believe 60 days would be good. Give OLC enough time to work on the amendment.
Yeah. For no more than 60 days, Chairman Henio?
Oh.
That motion to defer legislation 0257-21 to a work session for no more than 60 days until there is a suggested recommendation from Madam Chair Naabik'íyáti to have an amendment to equally distribute the remaining funds out of what has already been allocated through the FRF funding, which was the initial allocation of CJY-41-21, which included funding for CSN and the UUFB dollars to be reimbursed, and then the defunded CARES projects, and then the support and regulatory, and then also excluding the hardship assistance, which was CD-62-21 too as well. So again, that would be an amendment that would be roughly around $1,071,223 and $867. Sorry. Let's get that. Okay, it's no longer than 60 days to bring this back before Naabik'íyáti committee. With that, colleagues, is there a second?
Second, Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues.
Comment, Callan.
Okay, there's no there's no debate on a referral. Deferral. That, go to board.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Keelan votes red.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Canas Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair Speaker Seth Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Hello votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote? Honorable Odo So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick
And a vote.
Nez. Honorable Herman Daniels.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Once again, Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 16 delegates in favor and 4 opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Yeah, this is Delegate James. I vote green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. With that, Speaker Damon, that changes the vote to 17 delegates in favor and 4 opposed.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. 17 in favor, 4 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries to defer the legislation 0257-21 for no later than 60 days to a work session. Okay, colleagues, continuing on down.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Can I entertain a motion to recess for the evening?
I'm sure the staff would love that.
From the staff.
Motion to recess at 8:30 p.m. Huh?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Okay. Just let the colleagues know, whatever legislations that do not pass by midnight tonight or addressed by midnight tonight have to be added on to next week's agenda, because the council agenda has to be posted 72 hours in advance, 3 days in advance. That's 72 hours? Oh, 72. Yeah, okay. Motion by Honorable Freeland. Is there a second to recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Hey, I'm Will here. With that, colleagues, let's go to board.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I have a question before we vote.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Speaker and colleagues, I do apologize. Speaker, you said that the legislations have to be voted on and passed by midnight. Did you say tonight or tomorrow night?
Night. Well,
Tonight.
yes. So let's say, let's just hypothetically say for
All of them except for 119D.
all of them except for what?
D. Letter G.
For C?
No, 119. 119 is the final for the rest of them.
No, but you can still add them on. It would just need to be added on.
Oh. Speaker, there's an echo on your end.
No. You would have to, if they're, in order for the legislation or the items to be posted on the agenda, they have to be passed by midnight tonight. We have to post the agenda tomorrow morning, 72 hours in advance. If there is a legislation that we are still going to consider tomorrow, those legislations can still be added on, but they just had to be added on the floor on Monday morning when we accept our agenda.
Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Point of order.
Chairman Daniel So.
Could I request Mark Freeland to withdraw and the other Jimmy Yellowhair to withdraw and adopt the balance of the agenda items by consent, so they will appear on next week's agenda without further delay.
I second that motion.
What was the request, Speaker?
The request is to withdraw your motion. And again, I guess, and then modify that to have a consent agenda item right now. And that consent agenda would be to approve B through J and have that, and have all that and have that all approved tonight.
Could I make the modification to approve B through J as a consent agenda, and then motion to adjourn after that?
Yes.
Okay, I want to go ahead and modify then.
Motion to modify. Chairman, our Honorable Yellowhair, are you good with that?
I'll confirm with that one, Speaker.
That this doesn't go, and then I'm coming back to you, Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, is a motion for legislation 011-21, sponsored by Chairman Henio. Legislation 0112-21, sponsored by Chairman Henio. Legislation 0119-21, sponsored by Madam Chair Charles Lewin. Legislation 251-21, sponsored by Honorable Edison Winika. Legislation 009-21, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. Legislation 005-22, sponsored by Honorable Herman Daniels. Legislation 003-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Legislation 006-22, sponsored by Honorable Otto So. Legislation 0002-22, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. So motion to put all those on the consent agenda item. Motion by Honorable Freeland, second by Honorable Jimmy O'Hare.
Question of privilege to Daniel.
Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. If we do this consent agenda, we're not going to Naabik'íyáti hit tomorrow.
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That. Going once. There's a motion.
Callan. Speaker Callan, somebody muted me.
Honorable Keelan McGee.
Didn't we just recently made a statement to say that we don't want to just rush legislation through just because it needs to get to another committee or for here is the council, especially as a consent agenda. It needs to be debated. Alad Naubatan Danil in Gogo Alab DJ. Shito need that's it after the Bene basically not that's it speaker. I mean I tried to add a legislation onto an agenda, but I was told that we're secretly adding legislation without the public knowing about it. Don't need. What's the difference between what I tried to do and now? So I have a question on all of the legislation, Speaker.
I have never denied you to add on to legislation. Honorable Keelan McGee.
I didn't say you, Speaker.
Well, I'm just saying that I would not do that. That's on the rules anywhere. There's a motion. Is there a second? Honorable Keelan McGee. If you do not want to do this, you can stop this whole thing right now by saying I don't consent to this.
I don't consent to this, Speaker.
Okay, there's no motion. Honorable back to Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for that. Sorry, staff. We'll go ahead and continue on. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, well, I need somebody else then. Who's motioning to recess?
This is on Delegate
Henio, motion recess at 8:39 p.m. Is there a second?
My motion to recess. Let me give the staff a break. And with that, we can always hear the legislation tomorrow. And then, like you said, there's always the option to add it from the floor one day. So I'm good with that. It's already almost 9 o'clock and our staff need to go home.
Hey, Chairman Henio, is there a second?
Yellow hair.
Jimmy Yellow hair.
You.
39. That. Go to board on recessing until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
You can I ask a question?
Honorable Eugene So.
You were saying that by midnight, it's not going to go on to the next week's winter session, all these legislation. And so why are we recessing if we're going to start a new Naabik'íyáti committee tomorrow, because these legislations is not going to go on to the winter session. So the recess, I don't think it's a recess. I think we just adjourn because these legislation died tonight. We had to redo them, start again next, maybe tomorrow with a different meeting. Is that how I understand it? Thank you.
Honorable Eugene, so whatever legislations we pass today, I automatically would put them onto the Navajo Nation Council agenda because it has to be posted 72 hours in advance. That's by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So staff's going to post the agenda tonight just due to the fact that there's no other meetings happening. So in order for us to have any other items added onto the agenda, we'd have to have them worked on this evening, or this other option is the reason why we're coming back tomorrow is because we can still add these on if they're addressed tomorrow, but you would just have to add them on Monday morning through an amendment. At the time when we adopt the agenda for our winter session.
Okay, it's kind of confusing, but
Okay. Am I explaining this correct? I'm just colleagues. Today is the last day for us to put any approved legislations onto next week's agenda. So that's what Chairman Daniel So was trying to do, was put all the legislation so they could be posted on the agenda with his consent agenda motion. But because now we're coming back tomorrow, all the legislations that are worked on tomorrow and that are passed, those are still going to be eligible to be put onto next week's agenda, but they would just have to be, I guess, what would you say, manually added to the floor by a motion Monday morning when we approve the agenda.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Honorable Otto, Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Sorry, Speaker, you sound tired.
No, I'm okay.
Just a question related to 25721. Let's say tomorrow, if a delegate was to make a motion to untable it, could that be done?
No.
So it could be ready for council?
No.
No?
Because you stated there was a vote, and that vote requested for it to go to defer to a work session.
Okay, so there's no way we will have it on the winter session then?
Unless if you have a work session on Saturday or
Okay.
Sunday.
Thank you.
And then we'd have to have a special Nabi again after that. Okay, that Honorable Otto So on adjourning. Or I mean recessing.
We have 2 days of Nabi, and we're sort of burning the midnight oil and get these legislations heard. And I think we should just proceed with the Naabik'íyáti committee and try to get as much done to try to get legislation ready for the Navajo Nation Council, whatever legislation that's Itzihiki. And we could try to move forth with this. Although that we have staff here in Winter Rock, but a lot of these legislation that the delegates have on the agenda, they are all important. And there's the other side that Honorable or the Speaker has mentioned. Continue to move forward. I'll just buckle down and all I can say. Move forward with this, or we can table it, or go into recess. But we just have to do Monday morning, or not, cannot to add items onto the agenda for council. So right now, I think the best thing to do is just go ahead and move forward with it. Just a recommendation. That's all. Go on mute.
So is it your request to modify or withdraw?
Asking that. I was asking Tim to withdraw, and let's just finish it up.
Okay, we'll go back to Chairman Henio. Chairman Henio, request withdraw your motion.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Madam Chair. Point of order.
Speaker, yeah, I thought that once there is a motion, well, I guess this is a motion to recess, right? So it is debatable?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Chairman Henio.
I can't answer to that. You know what? We always talk about the safety of our staff and how we shouldn't keep them late. Okay, we're probably home in our comfortable sofas from our living rooms and stuff. Well, you have staff there, Mr. Rico, Mr. Lissa, and everybody, even Leanne's there. So they need to go home. I'm sticking with my emotion.
Hey, thank you. Any other comments, questions? We're adjourning at 8:47. Honorable Eugene So.
I'm still puzzled here. Because to do all this consent, but they need that somebody object to it, so we're just going to go forward. But I was thinking, all these legislation has been out there for so long, work sessions, etc. I think everybody knows what all these legislation is going forward. I never on and I'm sorry, and I need a question. Queen much in bed, very confident. Oh yeah, credit on puzzle. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So. Let me just let me take it. Let me take just let me see. Where's your okay, your legislation 0002-22 sponsored by yourself. It's amending Title 17 Navigation Code to establish criminal penalties for vicious dogs and other animal attacks. If we recess right now, your legislation, when we post the Navajo Nation Council resolution for next agenda for next week, that legislation will not be on there. But tomorrow, when we come back, if we do come back tomorrow, or if we stay with the recess and we come back at 10 a.m. and your legislation is debated tomorrow, your legislation will still be eligible to go to winter session next week. But the only way that you're gonna able to hear it at winter session next week is you're gonna have to add it on Monday morning by amendment through when we adopt our agenda. So it'll still be eligible, but it just won't be on the agenda next week. But it can be. Eugene, so you want Mr. Rico to explain further?
Yeah, what I was thinking was, we got five days, and we can debate all the week on all these legislation. So why how come we didn't do the consent and just forward it? We will be debating all week. We got 5 days, and we always finish by Wednesday or something. But with all these legislation, we can go all week with it. But in this case, I don't know why it can't be consent legislation and just forward it. We'll be debating all week next week. That's what we're there for. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene, so are you asking Chairman Hinu to modify his motion?
Delegate Daniel So.
Oh, hold on, Chairman Daniel, so. Honorable Eugene,
Green.
so. Honorable Eugene, so.
I still feel that we need a motion to consent all these, so we'll be debating all week next week on that.
I know,
So
but
at least we'll have 5 days.
I know, but are you asking Chairman Hinu to modify his motion to go to a consent agenda and try again?
Oh, yeah, try again.
Chairman Hinu, there's a request to modify to have legislations 0111-21, 0112-21, 0119-21, 0251-21, 0999, 0009-22, 0005-22, 003-22, 0006-22, and 002-22 as a consent agenda instead of recessing. Request to modify.
Speaker Damon, Chair. If we can do that consent, if everybody agrees to it, if there's no objection, then I'll modify my motion to do that consent agenda. Otherwise, if it fails again, then I'll still stick with my motion to recess.
Okay, with that, Chair, Honorable Yellow Hair, are you good with the modification?
I'm good.
Hey,
My brother, Honorable Henio.
With that, colleagues, is there any objection to this modification?
Speaker, comment. G. Allen.
Comment on the modification.
Speaker, I just want to be clear that I was on a similar situation that I tried to add a legislation and I end up withdrawing a legislation. The reason being is that I was literally been told that I was secretly adding an item to a legislation without the public knowing it. I wish I don't need. And you guys, my colleague, you know this, you've heard it. So all I'm saying is that what's the difference? Why are we treating other delegates differently than, I guess, myself? I don't mind doing the consent if we work together on anything and everything to do the work on behalf of our Navajo people. So again, like I said, this was told. I did get a response to say that what legislation did you secretly rush through where we didn't have we didn't know anything about it? She said, no, I don't know. All of these legislations are put on public notice for 5 days, and then it goes through the committee. Legislation just because it needs to go on to the council. So so I won't object to the consent agenda, but I'm not saying that I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. All I'm saying is that I think there needs to be a clarification that I never have ever secretly, without the public knowing, that I've sponsored legislation for the council to approve it. I think that there needs to be clarification on that one to the public on my behalf, Speaker. So I don't have a problem with the consent agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Kian. That on the motion.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles.
On the motion, Chairman Rick Nez, then Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Vice Chair Smith too.
On the motion, Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman, Honorable Speaker Damon, Shanant Anna Senegi, Peshbahasa Anna, Korodi by Eltkiki, Don Hinan Shil Enigi, Shanant lawmakers. We create laws, we legislate on these legislations. It's what we do. The transparency. If we want the people to listen to what laws that we're going to approve, they need on Naabik'íyáti go be lansi tlink on Latin. Instance, they want to listen. They want to listen to their leaders. They want to listen on how they decided on certain legislations. Oh yeah, yes, that's and they go now or Pasco Halna. I do and Leo now, but on Wins and that's a quaggy that's a by the transparency. No. Why don't we just vote on having a recess? Send our staff home. We can get some rest. However ways some of these legislations get debated, let's debate them. Let's do our jobs. What else at the Nisa Anne and set it no don't be Naabik'íyáti that say. Nikita and his Shakhalet Araya Nastinda. And each one of us, whatever our constituents say to us, so for me right now, let's just put a stop to it. No considered agenda. Let's just vote on this. It's our jobs. It's what we do, whether we stay up at midnight. Let's just vote on what's before us. No considered agenda. Let's show the people that we are transparent like we say we are. Then so that's where I stand, and let's vote on this recess. Thank you. God bless each and every one of you.
Hey, with that, going back to Chairman Henio, there's no consent agenda.
Let's go back to the recess motion.
We're on the recess. Chairman, Vice Chair Yellow Hair. I mean, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Abiga. Still, sir, I agree with the
That. Any other comments, questions on a motion to recess till 10 a.m. tomorrow now?
Eugene So.
I'll be Eugene So.
They called it they the only reason why is because when die at midnight. Tomorrow on the ship on not so but that's my question right there. That's the only reason why they consent love Mr. Daniel So. Because that way it's going to go before the council. You see, Inland, where we make the laws, where the laws are made at the council, at the winter session, at least,
Point of order.
That's all. Just forward that.
Eugene So is hold on, there's a point of order. Chairman, Vice Chair Smith, point of order.
Thank you. We're just beating this to death. We know we understand what we're going to do. Recess, come back tomorrow. deliberate with the legislations and have it ready for council. Bring it on the floor because it will be needed to amend the agenda with all the legislation that we pass tomorrow. We have time to debate. There's some
what's your
legislation in there. The point of order is we're just beating this thing over and over.
Right. Any other comments, questions, calling a motion to adjourn? I'm a recess. We could finish this tonight now. That. Good board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., how do you vote?
Yeah, which red? Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes red. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Presiding Chair Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Delegate Daniel, I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green, and thank you, staff.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Pernell Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, red, the church.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Odo So, how do you vote?
Vote red.
Honorable Odo So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Charlene So, how do you vote? Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. With that, Speaker Damon, you have 16 delegates in favor and 5 delegates that oppose. Presiding Chair not voting.
Thank you. With that, 16 in favor, 5 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. At 9 p.m. That, colleagues, thank you. Have a good evening. We'll see you here tomorrow at 10 a.m. That Charlene showed with green. So 17 in favor. 5 opposed. Well, good evening, everyone. Safe travels.
Be safe, staff. Good night.